Hi, I'm just gonna check real quick to see if this is working. First I need to pause this real quick. Oh, wait. What? Okay, testing. Okay, so basically I'm gonna work on this. Okay. I just want to see if I'm actually streaming right now. Am I streaming? It says I'm streaming, but I just want to check YouTube, just to be sure. Because it said it wouldn't start until Friday. Okay. Sweet. So now I have that set up. I'm gonna pull up the stream on my phone so I can watch people watch me draw or respond if I hear them draw. Okay.
In the background, but it's beside the point. As for her doujinshi work, yep, it's doujinshi. I don't really have anything to say about what I browsed. It is what it is, which works out because it's not like I could have shown much either way. Handy dandy. There's like a
handy dandy
stuff in there, which I never really got why that wasn't more common in Arrow manga from the early Bishoujo days. Like, the girls are the whole appeal. That's why we're all there. Cut out the middleman. I'm partially joking, of course, but it's funny to compare to, say, the later moe boom, where there are tons of anime and manga that don't feature hardly any men at all because nobody could really figure out how to fit boys into the moe art style without really femming them up. The closest thing I can think to this is the Ixer 1 OVA swapping a character's gender, which people speculate is because drawing men was a weak point among the staff.
What? Jesus.
In addition to manga and anime, she's also contributed art to 2 different games. She did some character designs for Guardian Recall, which was released on both the PC-98 and PS1, alongside another artist from her doujin circle. This thing is pretty fucking ambitious. There are a ton of cutscenes, and in the PS1 version, they go the whole 9 yards and have anime FMVs, which, man, this looks about the same as the quality I watched Arisa in. Jeez. I couldn't get very far in either version of the game, unfortunately. The menus are really layered and dense, and it's all kanji, so no go. Thankfully, the visual novel database has a thorough character breakdown for the PC-98 release. Same sister. Shouts out to the
I really love her so much. Oh my god.
One version on GameFAQs from all the way back in 1999.
Busty babes try to save the world. Almost
fuck yeah.
Big, busted, pretty faces get together for a just cause. From different provinces/islands of Japan. What do you get? A game titled Guardian Recall. The game is a Final Fantasy Tactics/Cardias
Who voices that? Jesus. Who is that?
Gamography is 1994's Half Moon ni Kawaru Made, which is based on a compilation of one-shots by the artist from a year prior. In a way, it acts as a body of work in that regard, with, as is always the case for PC-98 games, god-tier pixel art. The game was developed by Cocktail Soft, who most famously made the Welcome to PX series. On that note, it's also
if anyone's watching this, who watched the stream earlier, is wondering why you're able to, why the comic seems more progressed. That's because on my off time I was working on my web comic.
Designated by their female lead. You got Suzuka,
Okay.
Eve, Bunny, and what? Titus?
What the fuck is that?
Eve's Route is
Heck.
the era's standard point-and-click affair. Titus's almost plays out like a digital comic after a single branching dialogue menu, but the other two are the most interesting and were my favorites. Bunny's centered around this cute little whack-a-mole minigame, and there's inexplicably a progression system that makes it surprisingly compelling. Meanwhile, Suzuka's is this whole-ass mini RPG, which was a lot of fun. It's bare bones and clearly set up so you'll just barely eke out a victory on your first try, and like Bunny's route, it made for something I gladly took the time to work my way through in one sitting, which was pretty easy, even barring the language barrier. Don't get me wrong though, for as cute as I find this, it's still very much so a PC98 eroge. A bunch of skeletons. It's like beginner shit. Suzuka's route is interesting because the source material would also go on to spawn an R18 OVA from 1996, Karakuri Ninja Girls. I always think it's cute when doujin artists are diligent about linking all their works together in some small way. I, of course, watched this OVA. The American box art boasts an English dub featuring 2 adult actresses, and,
Gee, what's going on? Why does she want to bring me back now? Good. At least the eggs are safe after all that.
Welcome home, Fawn Belle.
it sure sounds like it. Honestly, Trisha Upton's performance as Suzuka is really cute.
Fawn Belle, get ready!
Whoa! No! I said no! Cut it out! Stop it! Ah!
But for some reason, the dub changed Suzuka's name to Fawn Belle, a loose interpretation of the kanji that makes up her name, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was just to spare the actresses from having to pronounce Suzuka. Like Ramiya's doujinshi, it's not like there's much to say. It's hentai, although like Ramiya's doujinshi, it's just that bit more charming than it has any right to be. Like, this isn't my first rodeo. A lot of hentai anime can be weirdly miserable and bleak.
Yeah.
But this was kind of sweet in its own way.
And all I wanted was to just spend time enjoying the cherry blossoms with you.
Aw.
Pastel colored, flirting against the night sky. It's so romantic.
Also, the
That sounds so
music is done by a
cute.
group called Bang Heads. All of this is to say,
I will say, like, the anime that really does stick with me the longest isn't, like, just the, like, vanilla, like, oh, man, I must worship husbando, or, like, I'm horny, I'm gonna fuck you, or the NTR ones. It's mostly, like, the more story, like, wholesome stories that, like, have, like, this really nice tale to tell. I don't know. We need more storied hentais, honestly. That's what I think. We don't have enough story in our hentai, in our porn. They don't make porn like they used to, you know? What happened to us? We used to be a real anime fans, you know? What happened to us? We got spoiled, that's what. Okay. That's why I actually find some, like, American porn comics made by people like Gurf more charming. They have, like, character... Not Gurf, wait. Actually, a little bit Gurf, yeah. There's a little bit of Gurf I do like. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna press play.
Ramiya Rio fucking owns. I've come to really love her stuff, and I'd never have even heard of her had it not been for Arisa Good Luck. Although her name isn't really even top billing as far as the OVA's collective memory is concerned. It was directed by Kageyama Shigenori, who's well renowned for being the main animator on the cult film Birth, as well as doing key animation for Windaria. I wouldn't put much stock in this, but I found it interesting that Shigenori did some work on the Pia Carrot 2 OVAs, sometimes under a pseudonym. Yeah, the ones that were adapted from the Cocktail Soft games. It makes me wonder if that tangential connection, Cocktail Soft developing Half Moon with Ramiya, Kageyama adapting a Cocktail Soft game, is how the two got acquainted in the first place. But the biggest name attached to this anime is Horie Yui. I think it's safe to say there was a while where she was one of the most famous and beloved seiyuu alive, at least among otaku. This has made all of her performances before her work on Love Hina considered her breakout role uniquely coveted among her fans. Despite every mention of Arisa Good Luck without fail also mentioning Horie, her filmography is so massive that Arisa even falls wayside among her other early works. Like, Horie Yui is so popular that just being the tiniest of footnotes in her career is enough to keep a piece of media from being doomed to obscurity. That's bananas. I need to make it clear that Arisa Good Luck being released exclusively for Komiket initially is pretty weird in and of itself. I'm pretty sure. This is a difficult subject to research, and comprehensive resources on the subject of original animation produced.
Oh god, that's so bothering me right now.
When you go looking, though, you'll see.
No, I'm not gonna fix it right now.
By far the most famous. You might find the 2011 Atlanger OVA or the 2012 OVA helmed by Raita of Katawa Shoujo fame. Word. I guess this shows my areas of knowledge a bit, or maybe my age or whatever, but Raita isn't exactly of Katawa Shoujo fame to most people. He's much better known for his work on Fate Grand Order, but he's the Katawa Shoujo guy to me. Okay, I do not know what the deal here is, but while doing research, I also found multiple announcements from 2010 that voice actress Yuzuki Ryoka was to be producing and starring in a completely independent OVA for Comiket 79, but I could not find any information on it from after its release. See, the hard thing about Komiket is that most of what's sold there is deliberately produced for that Komiket, and for that Komiket only. It's not that these goods are meant to be disposable, but that they're purpose-built for the moment. That fleeting, electrifying quality is part of the mutual allure. Which is what makes knowing if this supposed anime got released or was even made hard to feel out. Which, like, I spent way too much time hunting for this thing, and I've got no idea. If you think that's off topic, you should be afraid of the tangents my research takes me that I don't talk about. What's interesting about these is that they occupy an interesting
I like this one more. Yeah, this one feels better.
Right before the rise of original net animations replaced the need and desire for these sorts of OVA releases.
But this one makes it feel a lot more grounded.
That I could find from the
Well, this one, I'm gonna make the blue backgrounds a little more light.
This is because the OVA market was quite lucrative through the 90s and lost a lot of their appeal in the 2000s as Digipaint made anime cheaper and more efficient to produce, and as the rise of premium cable networks created a home for more transgressive content to be distributed more widely. Still, it's a pretty common thread that anime produced to be sold or even screened at events like Comiket have a bad habit
I made it a little more saturated.
Nearly lost. Like, look no further than the fucking Daikon 3 and 4 animations. Jesus Christ. It wasn't until 2021 that we got a proper 8mm transfer of the former, which is just mind-boggling to watch after years and years of watching it at the lowest resolution imaginable. Oh shit, they're here. Uh-oh, mid-video Patreon break moment. I just want to say thanks to everyone who's currently supporting my work. Being able to branch out and make videos that require a budget has been a lot of fun and has resulted in some of the work I'm proudest of, and it wouldn't be possible without the folks whose names are scrolling on screen. Which, to do some housekeeping, this is actually going to be the last one of these I do. This is a really incredible problem to have, that there are enough people supporting that I can't hardly fit everyone in these sections without it being a lengthy unbroken text scroll that kind of fucks with the pacing. I reached out to all my current patrons to see how they felt and got a lot of warm warm, thoughtful responses that largely confirmed what I currently felt about the way patron rewards are structured. Namely that the text scroll doesn't seem to be of utmost importance, and that most folks seem to prefer being able to contribute to the post-video Q&As. It also confirmed to me that I really do value, above all else, keeping my Patreon to a single $1 tier that includes any and all bonuses, which means I won't bump up any rewards to a higher tier. Chalk it up to a background in DIY music. For as long as it's viable to do so, I'm gonna continue doing whatever I can as accessible and as sponsor-free as possible. This isn't a standard I hold to anybody but myself, just what feels right to me.
I think she ends up doing sponsors, which isn't wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong inherently with doing sponsors.
Alright, they're out of their boxes. Let's take a look at what we got here. Wow, wait, I don't think I noticed that this DVD case was pink. Like, it's that way in the listing, but every other picture of the DVD I can find, and that includes other listings, has a white case. So, I'll be straight up, I have no clue if this is original or not. Like, the DVD itself is, the insert as well, but specifically the plastic case. There's no damage to the insert, so I don't suspect the case had to be replaced because it broke, although it could have just been the part that holds the DVD in place. It's worth noting that from what I could observe, the inserts are identical on both my version and the ones with white cases. My most rational guess is that pink DVD cases weren't available from the manufacturer when they did a second run, or vice versa maybe. When my music label Pop Spirit produced cassette tapes for my friend Thor's album Positive Yellow, we had to use different plastic shells each time because the place we ordered the tapes from ran out between batches. There's no information about any other products distributed by Warner Media Vision on here. This leaflet on the inside of the package is standard info on how to handle a DVD. You know, don't scratch it, don't put it in the microwave, don't use it as a coaster, don't let your dog play with it. As for the VHS, wow, yeah, it's still shrink wrapped. The first thing I noticed is that it's really light, almost like there's not very much tape in it. Let's compare this to my bootleg copy of Dragon's Heaven from the storefront Comiket 85. Obviously there's no affiliation here, just joke that this exists at all. Link in the sources. This thing is noticeably...
So I think I'm gonna make her the most detailed, and everyone else, like, so this is gonna have more simplified shading, and the back won't have any shading whatsoever. I think that's what I need to do.
Color shining a flashlight through it should show me how much tape there is in here. Man, yeah, that's hardly anything. This is definitely promotional, but that rules, actually. Like, if I'd been unable to find the DVD, I'd be disappointed, but that means this trailer was previously totally lost. The one thing that bums me out is that because I still don't have the VHS version in full, I can't confirm if there are any introductory advertisements that were cut off from the uploads online. I wonder why the actual VHS is so elusive. I looked through sold listings on Mercari, I used reverse image search, I scanned through Twitter tags, and wait, what the fuck? What the fuck, there it is! In the reply to another tweet about the promo VHS. I wasn't even gonna make anything of the original tweet and move on because they specified the image wasn't taken by them. So, okay, cool. Confirmation the real deal was released in a clamshell case. Good stuff. Alright, it's time to rip these guys. After doing some tests with a spare VHS I had lying around, I got things where I needed them and ripped the promo tape using my capture device. I'll be the first to say this could almost certainly look better. I didn't use any fancy upscaling, and my VCR only has composite output, but it's better than what was already online, which was nothing. I didn't get the chance to watch it as it was being ripped, aside from staring with bated breath to make sure it actually ripped properly and that my VCR didn't devour the tape. And I didn't watch it in full on the tape afterward because I know tapes start degrading from pretty much their first play, so rewound it and put it somewhere safe. Now onto the DVD. This one was a bitch. Which is funny, right? The newer tech was more of a pain for me than the ancient deteriorating analog hardware. I'll admit some of this is down to me being a fucking idiot. Like, for all the depth I was able to put into researching in a language I don't even speak, for as readily as I was able to put a clip of this anime on a fucking Game Boy Advance cartridge for a blink and you'll miss it gag, I earnestly forgot DVD region locking was a thing when I went to capture footage of the intros and menu using my PS3. This was the first place I went because, of course, nothing I own has a fucking disk drive anymore. MacBooks haven't had them in like a decade at this point, and when I built my computer, I went, when am I ever gonna need a CD drive? I'll save some money by passing on it. Yeah, well, I bought one for this video, but it didn't arrive on time, so I had to dust off the last computer I owned with a drive, the Windows laptop I had in high school. Then I couldn't get whatever ancient version of Handbrake I had on there to rip a copy-protected DVD, so then I busted out my previous MacBook and a proprietary external DVD drive I literally didn't even think worked, and bada bing bada boom, here it is. Literally a day after I finished writing and recording and cutting together the audio for this video's script, and well after I'd ripped and scanned everything, the channel that had Arisa uploaded to YouTube removed that upload and replaced it with a higher quality one. Fuck, I thought to myself. That kinda negates both the work I put into getting a hold of the DVD and part of the video's very premise. I literally have nightmares about this kind of shit. Zero exaggeration. And, uh-oh, the uploader insists that this is in the best possible image quality. Fucking hell. Well, let's take a look. Oh, this looks like ass. Cool. Alright, let's bring in my rip. It's a good bit better. Like, it's not mind-blowing or anything, but it's a good bit better. All I'm saying is, if you're gonna claim you've got the best possible image quality on your hands while maintaining the utmost confidence to outline a manifesto on how to be a real anime fan, I expect you to be able to back up your claims at least a little bit. No excuses. So, as for the contents of the DVD, I don't think there are any animation differences. There are some shots in the YouTube and Nico Nico uploads that seem particularly herky-jerky, and that's true too of this version. Makes sense, it'd be wild if they bothered to polish the animation at all for a release this minor. Even right from the DVD, it doesn't really look amazing. I'm pretty sure that for some fucking reason the frame blending was built into this thing. I told Handbrake to capture it at the native frame rate, and that was 30 rather than animation's usual 24. Also, for some reason, yeah, the anime is widescreen, and this is true of every version. So while its native resolution is 480p, the actual resolution is more like 360p. Still, I'm happy with the quality, knowing there's no way in hell we'll ever get any big dog 4K 35mm transfers of this thing. So I'm happy to say that both the promo and the anime in full are now on archive.org. Links in the description. Okay, now that all that technical work is done, it was time to actually sit down and watch this promo. Oh god, what the fuck? God damn it. Everything I thought I knew was bullshit. The entire timeline I've been working with is incorrect. I'm gonna have to throw this whole video out and start from scratch. What the fuck is this about a manga pack? So everybody online was wrong. At the end of the Arisa Good Luck promotional VHS, a bit of text and narration from Horie are played.
本編のビデオは10月末日にお送りしますので楽しみに待っててね。コミケの後でも購入申し込み受付中です。
This, I believe, roughly translates to the main story will be sent at the end of October. We're preparing a high-quality work. Just a moment, please. Even after Komiket, there will still be applications for ordering. The manga pack is still available for ordering. It costs 9,000 yen and will include a telephone card with the same illustration as seen on the package. The deadline for application is the end of September 1999. Please refer to the attached leaflet for how to apply. Now, I need to show you something I've been withholding. In addition to the Arisa VHS and DVD, I also bought a CD-ROM that contained information on all the groups and artists participating at 1999's Winter Comiket. Comiket is held twice yearly, once in the fall and once in winter, so if the release date mentioned on the back of the VHS and in the promo tape are right, October, and if online discussion of the anime to be believed, the OVA in VHS format would have to have been sold at Comiket 57, which was held in late December. After installing a virtual machine for Japanese Windows XP and ripping an ISO, I took a look at this little piece of software. It's a blast. Super rudimentary, but seeing documentation of where the otaku scene at large was at in this particular moment is really elucidating. Of course, this isn't an archive of all of the works themselves in full, just lists of what was going to be there and where. Unsurprisingly, there's a ton of two-heart doujinshi, a good bit of which features Akari, but of course the vast majority is multi. There's maybe even more King of Fighters yaoi though. There's like so much King of Fighters yaoi. I love it. Also, here's this WWF doujinshi by the artist who made this sign at a wrestling event I've seen online. I don't really know anything about
That's
wrestling.
amazing.
It's gotta be the same artist. Thankfully, there's a robust search feature too, so I was able to confirm once and for all my suspicion that this is the Comiket where Arisa was sold. So I search, and I search. Arisa, good luck. Arisa, good luck. Ramia Rio, Hiragana, Katakana, Romaji, Kanji, the studios involved, Warner Vision Entertainment, Buzz, Edit 90. I even searched the name of Ramia's Dojin Circle, Uroboros. Nothing, 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 nothing. Arisa Good Luck was not released at Comiket 57. Arisa Good Luck was not released at any Comiket. Here's what I believe actually happened. At some point in 1999, prior to August, Arisa Good Luck was announced, probably in some hobbyist magazines and online, perhaps by Ramia herself, maybe even at one of last year's Comikets. In this initial announcement, it was slated to release at that year's first Comiket, Comiket 56, running from August 13th to 15th. However, for one reason or another, in the run-up to C56, the staff working on the OVA realized it was just not going to be ready in time. Whether the animation itself wasn't yet complete, or because there was some kind of clerical snag, or maybe even because they didn't have the funds to finish the job. So they cut together a promotional trailer to distribute in its entirety alongside an apology that it wasn't finished as promised. And this was, like, extremely fucking down to the line. How do I know this? The manufacturing date listed on the promo VHS is August fucking 6th. Literally 1 week before that Comiket. They also produced applications to pre-order the VHS by mail with a maybe optional deluxe edition, including some telephone cards and a manga in order to sweeten the pot a bit. Arisa Good Luck's VHS would go on to release on October 30th, 1999 via mail, 2 months after Comiket and 2 months before Comiket 57, where it was not shown at all. Flash forward to June 25th, 2001, where it would be released to the general public via DVD, retailing for a whopping...
I think Andrew didn't really say that.
Let me make clear that part of this is educated inference, so for the sake of transparency and being thorough, let me give you a facts-only timeline of events. Arisa Good Luck had a promotional VHS available at Comiket 56 that contained a trailer for the full anime that also apologized for the full release's absence. At this event, you could pre-order the OVA or take home an application for mail order. It would release on VHS by mail on October 30th, 1999, and 2 years later it would see a retail release on DVD. The reason I suspect the anime was announced prior to the event but went unfinished is because of that apology. I've read a lot of Japanese ad copy at this point, and that particular phrasing is very specific and bizarre. There's not really any other way to interpret that than "we're sorry, we were supposed to have it done by now, it's still coming, don't worry." This clears up why there's more documentation of the promo VHS out there than the actually released VHS. Again, goods released at Comiket have a fleeting quality to them. You're there to spend money in the moment, so it's likely if these promo VHSs were what was for sale at C56, otaku were likely to buy them and not go on to subsequently pre-order the full thing. There are still, after all this, two things I'm not clear on. It drives me insane that for as much research as I've done, I've hit a dead end in these two regards. First, I don't know if the telephone cards were required to pre-order for this VHS, or if it was an optional upgrade. I lean toward the former personally, slightly, although 9,000 yen in 1999 money seems pretty steep an investment for a 28-minute OVA from an unproven studio starring a still relatively unknown voice actress. However, if we could confirm this fact, we would know that there were only 500 copies of the OVA produced on VHS. Although that in and of itself wouldn't exactly confirm if the OVA in that format is more or less rare than its promo. More importantly though, what the fuck was that about the manga pack? If you've been hung up at all about my use of the word lost throughout this video, your heart may now rest easy because we have actual ass lost media on our hands. Dojinshi.org has nothing listed for Arisa Good Luck, nor anything that resembles an even tangential connection to the work from Ramiya Ryo, or anybody else from her circle, Ouroboros. Given how ungodly thorough that site is, this means one of three things. 1. A pack-in manga was promised, but was never delivered. I find this extremely unlikely, given how much controversy that would have stirred if the anime had been both delayed and did not deliver something fans paid for. Flat out, it would have tarnished Ramiya Ryo's reputation, and the anime would have lived on in infamy. It'd be unable to escape from that legacy. I've seen greater backlash from smaller transgressions in Japanese fan spaces. 2. The manga that was packaged in with Arisa was a previously released, unrelated Ramiya Ryo doujinshi. This is entirely possible, especially if the manga pack advertised was decided at the last minute to help sell pre-orders. But if it was planned from the get-go, it could go either way, which leads me to 3. It is currently lost. No scans, no archives, no documentation, no photos, no listings anywhere. If this is the case, it's a bit...
Oh my god, I really gotta pee.
We won't really know.
Oh my god, I'm almost done with this. Holy shit. This is really nice.
Because there's no mention one way or the other on the packaging. It was probably just shipped with the anime, so unless someone bothered to keep them together all this time, which would be weird, since I don't know about you, but I organized my VHS tapes separate of my books, it's likely they wouldn't be sold or even photographed together. Barring getting confirmation from someone who had a hand in its production, or an otaku with a vivid memory of Comiket 56 specifically, it's likely the only way we're going to know that it exists is by finding it. So I'm stumped, and I guess at this point, I have to leave it up to everyone watching who feels inspired to do so. Although, I expect the interest in hunting for this thing is going to be fairly minimal. The language barrier makes hunts for lost media and manga pretty unappealingly difficult. It's harder to get in touch with creators because so few are even online at all. Many wouldn't dare risk the repercussions built into distributing these works under a copyright system that's far stricter than what we have over here. And Japanese fans simply don't have the same approach to lost media as us. The ethics are just, across the board, more complicated. Which works out, because literally right after the original version of this video came out, like barely 2 hours after, I got a tweet that cleared literally most of this up. Clarification time, yes, this is a re-upload. The content of this video remains unchanged, so no bits and pieces of lost media anywhere in here. The original release of this video was such an unmitigated fucking nightmare that I just needed a do-over. First of all, I realized YouTube had, for some fucking reason, downscaled the upload of Arisa I had on my second channel from 480 to 360. I think this is because the actual resolution was a few pixels shy of 480, not 100% sure. It also just totally fucking wrecked the quality. Like, Jesus, look at this. It looks like the 360p upload I was just criticizing. Mind you, that version was definitely uploaded at 360p rather than just being munched afterward, but either way, the version I had uploaded was just not fucking acceptable under any metric. I re-rendered it at exactly 640 by 480p, but this is obviously still not a totally optimal rip. I was a little more haphazard in that regard than I ought to have been, so keep in mind that this version
Okay, let's see where I go from here. Oh shit, I just got back right in time. That's fucking great. Okay, let's go.
Version that's on YouTube and that appears throughout this video is not the end-all be-all for quality, although I'm sure plenty of you already know that. If you want that, head over to archive.org because I didn't
Jesus.
really make it clear in the video that my intention was to also get an ISO rip of the DVD as well as an MKV of the thing.
Sorry, I'm just checking something out real quick.
I mentioned doing so in the video, but I was only able to install this DVD drive a few days ago. I thought I had a SATA cable somewhere, but nope, I had to wait for one to ship. So the ISO and MKV are both on archive now. Some of the shitty frame blending is still baked into the DVD itself. I definitely could have used better settings in Handbrake, but I watched a bit of the OVA from the DVD and you can absolutely still see this blending going on. I suspect, as a commenter pointed out, it's likely this DVD was made from an analog master tape. The sort of rainbowy sheen and lacing are usually characteristic of this, if I understand correctly. In an older video, I attributed those qualities as being innate.
Okay, let's get started.
But that was just
So basically what I'm gonna pause this real quick. So basically what I'm gonna start doing next is I'm gonna focus on shading her, but I'm gonna give her more detail so she stands out way better than everyone else. So that's gonna be my plan. Yeah, that's basically gonna be the plan. I just think it's a good idea. I think it'll look better. I don't want to make this too complex, you know? Let's go. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Oh yeah.
There's a double correction. I guess this is common for a lot of early DVDs. Rather than getting a clean digital transfer of the original reels, it's just pulled from a tape that's like pre-2000s TV broadcast acceptable, but not so much for resolutions achievable
Actually, I wonder.
by DVD. So forgive me both for not being more upfront about my intentions to get a better version online and for not knowing more about this stuff. Learning about audio-video is kind of a nightmare, honestly. It seems like if you want any specific info on the subject, you kind of just have to dive headfirst into a bunch of complicated terminology that's all equally difficult to Google for and often not even directly relevant to what you're searching for. Understandable since it's so niche, but it's hard and sort of alienating for me. I'm doing my best, but I probably should have reached out to some people who knew better than me. I just didn't want to be a bother. Story of my life. That was really only problem number one, though. Like I said, 2 hours after my video went live, someone found an archive of the website of a little-known company called Manga Pack. Yeah, I should have known. In my defense, searching Manga Pack in Japanese just nets you, well, packs of manga. And furthermore, Manga Pack's name is nowhere on the DVD nor the promo VHS, and it's not visible anywhere on this single photo of this pamphlet I was able to find. Although the phone and fax numbers are the same, I really doubt those are still in use though. Midnight Hazel here. I'm currently looking at the credits on the promo VHS, and Manga Pack's name is listed in the credits scroll. In fact, it is the last name that comes up.
Oh my god.
There is too mangled for me to get anything out of, but it probably just says distribution because Manga Pack was the distributor for this VHS specifically. So I probably should have paid closer attention to that. It would have saved me a lot of work. Nah, the person who found this searched Arisa Goodluck homepage in Japanese, followed a few links, and took a trip to archive.org. That is so smart. I never would have considered that. Well, now I know. Small bit of info, but it's interesting to me that the description given for the OVA here is different than the one on the DVD case, which is copied all over online listings. There's also a poster available for sale for 3,000 yen. There's a little signature from Ramiya Ryo there, although it's not clear if each one has been hand-signed or if it was just printed on. I assume the latter because they don't make any mention of the signature anywhere. Looks like I was right in my assumption.
Oh, this is so nice. Oh my god, this is so nice.
Excessive for a VHS from 1999 because the 8,000 yen this VHS costs includes shipping. I definitely should have known that there was a possibility some spots would spell Arisa as Alisa, although it wouldn't have helped much since it was relegated to a website that's totally offline either way. I need to make it clear here that this isn't a website where you could order the OVA. It just contained instructions on how to mail order it. Thanks to a slightly older archive of the site than this one from November of '99, I can confirm that Arisa was being advertised at Manga Pack's own booth in August Comiket. Quick aside, yes, August Comiket is considered summer Comiket. I feel extremely ungodly stupid for getting something so fucking basic confused, especially because I was born in September and should know that it is still hot even by September. I don't know, chalk it up to me being dyslexic and confusing autumn with August my entire
Jesus.
life because so many of the letters are the same.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Fuck yeah.
Good news though, my timeline was right in that they expressly stated the release was delayed on Manga Pack's
What the bruh?
Fuck yeah. What can I say? Woman's intuition. It was absolutely supposed to be sold at Summer Comiket 56. But of course it couldn't just be this fucking simple. On their website, they say that if you pre-order the OVA, you'll get a bonus telephone card. Right, sick, we've been there. It also fucking says you get a promotional tape ahead of the full OVA's release. What the fuck? If that's what I have, why does the tape inform you that you can still order the full tape after Comiket? You would have to have pre-ordered the OVA already, right? I have no fucking idea. Maybe there's a second tape. Maybe they put that information at the end for posterity's sake. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm at a complete loss here. I was fucking begging for this to clear everything up, but one sentence managed to complicate things further. I'm going to posit my two theories on what all this means. It's possible that the contents of this video were produced to be displayed at CRTs at the event, but because they already had those contents, they decided to also package that up in smaller VHS tapes to send out as a further apologetic for the delay. It's also possible that, given that the website describes this as for people who are still looking to order, that the tape would be sent to folks who missed it. Maybe those ordering at Comiket got the tape right away or could purchase it there separately, but for those who weren't at the event, they could still get the promo tape ahead of the full OVA's October release. I'm going to run with the assumption that there was only one tape, Occam's Razor, and it hurts my heart less. I'm so exhausted, man. I literally had a fucking post-breakup shaved head moment over this video. I fucking dyed my hair the night I pulled the video for re-upload, which was
oh my god,
yesterday. After spending all of the rest of the day doing another fucking round of research and writing. Let's just get back to the rest of the video. Which begs the question, why the fuck did I bother with this? Because I'm not some Horie Yui superfan. I'd never even heard of Ramie Rio before discovering this OVA. And furthermore, let's face it, this thing is mid. I could have made a YouTube video about literally anything else. But I think William Gibson, of all people, said it best.
The otaku seem to me to be it's kind of very pure expression of hunger for information, even if the information is essentially meaningless.
That's really only part of the answer, though, really. It just doesn't sit right with me to let things be forgotten just because they aren't colossal victories or colossal failures, you know? It doesn't sit right with me to let the hard work of a whole team of people run the risk of slipping entirely into unavailability. Because at any point, the channel that had Arisa uploaded could get taken down for copyright infringement for any other upload of theirs any day, and likewise goes for the Nico Nico upload. I feel like this thing deserves the dignity of a higher quality transfer, because the loss of fidelity is still loss, as I've said. I'm not on some David Lynch, no iPhone movie theater vuvuzela shit.
Fucking telephone. Get real.
I love watching things in dog shit quality, and like I said, the dog shit quality I watched Arisa in added to the allure for me. In part, I think of it sort of like the texture archaeology boom that happened in the wake of the Nintendo Giga Leak, if you're familiar. It's about context. Moreover, though, the degradation of visual clarity is tantamount to the erasure of the hard work, the blood, sweat, tears, and often come put into even the most easily forgotten anime out there. Deliberate brushstrokes and line work get reduced to something gestural, merely implying a greater image rather than getting to be the sum of its parts. Animation is an industry where to work is to bleed yourself dry for your creations, even if just to get from paycheck to paycheck. And that's enough for a work to deserve to be captured in totality in my eyes. As far as I could tell, Buzz's only production was Arisa. Everything else they did was grunt work, mostly in betweening coloring and cleanup for Digipaint TV anime from 03 to 06. This, to me, signals that Arisa was their one shot at getting to helm projects with any sort of regularity, and it just sadly didn't pan out.
That's pretty sad.
Komi Cat 57 was one of the first Komi Cats to happen after the release of the hugely important Kanon. While the number of Kanon doujinshi at C57 wasn't enormous, check out this official commemorative lighter. Winter of '99 was right on the precipice of a truly indomitable run of absurdly popular and culture-defining independently produced visual novels breaking through from within the doujin scene. Going into the 2000s, these were the tastemakers, more so than anime and manga even, in some ways. Doujinshi based on these properties would go on to be utterly inescapable at future Komi Cats, even to today. And as far as production was concerned, they could certainly be made easier, cheaper, and with fewer people than an anime. That's not to say I believe this paradigm shift is what killed Arisa. It was going to be obscure no matter what, especially with its production issues, and as I've stated, it was kind of an outlier just by virtue of being made for the Komi Cat crowd to begin with. Rather, it cements Rami Ryo and those from her generation as a sort of graduating class, making way for a whole new batch of creators working with new tools and with new inspirations. Maybe I'll have more to say on that class in the near future. In the meantime, you can find Arisa, its trailer, and that Komi Cat catalog over on archive.org, and I also decided to go ahead and upload both videos to my second channel as well, just for posterity's sake. So check the description for all that. Thanks for being here. You ever notice how even the most painfully average anime out there still have nice backgrounds? Background painters are some of the most unsung artists in the industry. Something about the tools used to make backgrounds just lend themselves to such lush scenery. The actual physical tools, the watercolors, tempera paints, gouaches, all drive home an indelible sense of place. This lineage was carried on to the digital age, too. There's a sort of established feel that can be very closely matched with modern tech. That's a feel that I think most fans have probably noticed, even if subconsciously.
I think
it's one of the most apparent if you hone in on
I need to
romance,
make that
and
liner a
pastoral
bit
settings.
thicker.
Anime and manga have proclivities towards slow-paced,
Yeah, I need to make the
naturalistic
liner way
storytelling,
thicker for
these
this.
kinds of locales that rivals only like mid-20th century Eastern European cinema. What I find so interesting about this is that while it's so ubiquitous in manga and anime, it's not very common outside of them, not in Western cartoons or comic books, even though the countryside exists all over the world.
Oh,
Like, the
fucking
closest we
idiot.
have in America are those dry, drab Western historical dramas like Little House on the Prairie. I wanted to figure out why this was, what trends could be observed therein, and what about this art appeals to people some 5,000 miles away from where it was made. Plus, let's be real, I needed a change of pace after that last video. So I watched a bunch of slice of life anime set in rural areas. Look, we got a lot of ground to cover, okay? Let's just mosey right on in. I feel like it would be a little...
What was the last episode? Oh yeah. Okay, I'll watch this one first, and then we'll watch the next one.
Fourth season, titled The Contest.
What?
In 1992, NBC aired the 11th episode of Seinfeld's fourth season, titled The Contest. Written by series co-creator Larry David, it immediately made waves for successfully telling a story thought impossible on primetime cable entirely through clever innuendo. It is perhaps the single best remembered episode in a show built on bits so iconic many have transcended their point of origin. It's Shaquille O'Neal's favorite episode. However, watching the episode for the first time now, some 30 years later, is perhaps a little underwhelming. Television standards have changed radically since that episode first aired. Were that not the case, though, I think my reaction to the episode was always going to be tempered a bit. I grew up with unsupervised internet access. I'm a child of the angry video game nerd generation. I can't remember the last time a headlining news story was less threatening to my sense of good grace than an episode of a sitcom. Plus, I think The Outing is the better episode. Still, The Contest remains a testament not just to how limitation can breed ingenuity, but how pushing the envelope can often be to social benefit, and can help open up a medium to a wider array of possibilities for expression. Oh boy, 2003's Aiken is infamous among those who remember it as an embodiment of everything shallow, juvenile, and embarrassing about anime fan service. Wearing its proclivities so openly on its sleeve, it's no wonder it became such an easy target. But it's been largely forgotten by anyone who wasn't there for the Digipaint era. What was once a poster boy for a medium operating at peak hedonism is now no more than a footnote, one that may be best remembered for its inclusion in the first installment of AMV Hell. As the sands of time bury Aiken among the likes of Mars of Destruction and Itsudate My Santa, it tragically also buries deeper the truly insane history it carries. Because, come on, something like this couldn't possibly have a normal backstory, right? Yes, the story behind this gigantic booby anime is rich with production woes, anonymous creators, world firsts, nearly lost media, and, of course, multiple decades spanning controversies. Let's get into it. I swear to God, if any of you motherfuckers post, "Oh, where can I watch this anime?" in the comments. Adapted from a manga of the same name, Aiken is the story of Mifune Densuke, a boy who has just transferred to a prestigious all-ages academy in a remote location. Through a chance encounter with the girl of his dreams, Densuke finds himself wrapped up in the mysterious Aiken Club, otherwise made up entirely of students with personalities as big as their yada yada yada. What the club actually does is never specified, although the OVA never makes a compelling case for why we should care. Instead, it spends its hour-long runtime nearly single-mindedly on a school-wide competition that serves to be no more than an excuse to put the girls in bikinis and make them slide down seemingly endless...
Oh no.
Yogurt slides?
What?
I watched this thing like 2 weeks ago, and the specifics are already eluding me. Let's not beat around the bush. The likelihood that something like this would have a gripping plot was pretty slim to begin with. This anime's whole thing is, what if a girl's boobs were just the biggest? Everything else is secondary. The school contest, the plot, the very presence of or attempts at comedy therein, it's all secondary. Now, I'm far from the mindset that that kind of premise should be off the table or is an inherent waste of human potential or whatever. No, I think it would be a little juvenile in itself to sit back in my office chair and do a whole spiel about how weird it is that this exists, that someone wanted to draw really, really big boobs, or that JC staff would accept the task of animating it. My problem isn't with the work's content. I'm shocked to say, folks, it's fucking boring. Like,
What?
I don't know how you can make an anime this incomprehensible and manic, this loaded with innuendo, boob grabs, and panty shots, and have it be this uncomment worthy. Look at this girl. She's practically a Silent Hill monster, but I don't even have it in me to be mad. It's not worth the energy. What's fucked up?
Wait, what was that?
This girl, she's practically
What the fuck?
a Silent Hill.
I hate that.
I don't even have it in me to be mad. It's not worth
What
the
is that? Oh my god.
Two is that at a first glance, before the tits have a chance to register, this cast is appealingly maximalist. Like, this is every color at maximum saturation. All the stock anime girl hair types from this era, the gaudy clashing patterns in their outfits. It's on some Masuda Sebastian shit. Combined with all the fun visual effects in the opening, you really get the feeling that it's gonna be the fun kind of schlock. In actuality, the whole thing is so repetitive, so tedious, so limp, that at a certain point, the bright colors and non-stop shouting started to bleed together, and it just kind of felt like my wife and I were watching baby sensory videos. Yeah, I made my wife watch this with me. Sorry, hon. At least the music was good. Our compliments to Goshima Show. Here's the bigger problem, though. I cannot show more than a few seconds of this entire hour-long affair.
No.
When I've talked about sex comedies in the past, it's been pretty easy because there's at least enough clean footage for me to edit around, but this, I mean, despite not technically being hentai, this entire thing is covered in profanity in the biblical sense. Thankfully, I don't have anything else to say about the content of the OVA itself. So I'm just gonna move on, because I kid you not, this anime's credits are more interesting than the work itself. That's how you know you're in too deep. The directorial work on Eiken is credited to Ohara Kiyotaka, whose name is all over forgotten standard def Digipaint Mid. He assistant directed Poremayo and Super Milk-chan, was the episode director on a few episodes of Tenchi in Tokyo, and directed Sister Princess, for example. However, this requires some further interrogation. See, the role of an anime director is often confusing and ill-defined when compared to directors working in live action, so there's a limited number of thorough English language resources to lend clarity to things. Generally speaking, for TV anime and some OVAs, it's a director's role to oversee the rest of the staff, manage scheduling and budgets, and approve each step in the creative process. Meanwhile, it's the job of each given episode director to act as a middleman between the series director and the animation staff, chiefly the board artists and key animators. Sometimes an episode's director will create the storyboards for the episodes they direct, but this is entirely dependent on both the anime's schedule and whether or not an episode director is even a draftsman by trade. When series and episode directors meet to approve or make corrections on an episode's development, it's oftentimes more about overall consistency with the original storyboards and with the rest of the staff's work than it is for quality. Sometimes there's overlap in the roles of episode director, series director, and board artist, and all of this is part of what makes it difficult to tell just who is responsible for the overall quality, or lack thereof, of each different element of a work. If you're curious to hear more about how anime is made, I strongly urge you to check out the resources compiled in my list of sources in the description. There's also a time-stamped list of songs in the description. Did you know there's a description box? YouTube seems to really want you to forget it's there. For an example of just how much crossover can occur, Shinbo Akiyuki is thought of as a director of TV anime, but a deeper look at his filmography shows he worked as a board artist or did the series composition on many of his directorial works. Part of the reason someone like Ano Hideaki is synonymous with everything he's ever worked on is because he often had a hand in almost every aspect of their creations. I'm not kidding, on Evangelion alone, the guy worked as a series director, screenwriter, storyboard artist, key animator, and a mech designer. He wasn't the only dude involved in the production. I'm not trying to deify the guy, but Jesus Christ, I don't know how he's even still alive. No wonder he had a mental breakdown while working on that show. On the flip side, you have guys like Eiken's Ohara Kiyotaka, whose work ranges from his aforementioned
Wait, who?
all the way to well-loved works like Bakuno and Azumanga Daioh.
No.
He wasn't the only story kidding on. He often had a Hideaki position. Deeper look at him can occur to really want you to forget it's there. For an example of just how much crossover can occur, Shinbo Akiyuki is thought of as a director.
I'm on a 5-minute break. So,
Shows he
okay.
worked as a board artist or did the series composition on many of his directorial works. Part of the reason someone like Ano Hideaki is synonymous with everything he's ever worked on is because he often had a hand in almost every aspect of their creations. I'm not kidding, on Evangelion alone, the guy worked as a series director, screenwriter, storyboard artist, key animator, and a mech designer.
That is fucking insane. What?
I'm not kidding, on Evangelion alone, the guy worked as a series director, screenwriter, storyboard artist, key animator, and a mech designer.
Jesus Christ.
He wasn't the only dude involved in the production. I'm not trying to deify the guy, but Jesus Christ, I don't know how he's even still alive. No wonder he had a mental breakdown while working on that show. On the flip side, you have guys like Eiken's Ohara Kiyotaka, whose work ranges from his aforementioned titles all the way to well-loved works like Bakuno and Azumanga Daioh. For as much as I love delving into the works of individual creators or studios, I've never been a fan of auteur theory. What can I say? I grew up in the same town as Pauline Kael. In the end, what determines the quality of a work is dependent in part on every single person who ever gets their hands on it, and as a result, the credit can't all go to just one visionary, and this is especially true in anime. The purpose for outlining this is to say that while Ohara directed Eiken, it would be ridiculous to say he's solely responsible for it being the tire fire it is. Furthermore, Ohara may be the OVA's director, but he was only the episode director for the first one. The director of episode 2, however, is much more mysterious.
What?
This is what confirmed to me that I had to make a video on Eiken. When I was doing an initial cursory round of research, a particular man listed in the credits on Wikipedia caught my eye. One citationless credit that seemed too good to be true. A man named Alan Smithy.
What? Wait, what?
Alan Smithy isn't a real person at all, but a pseudonym that was officially used by the Directors Guild of America from 1968 until 2000. Some of the choicest cuts from Smithy's filmography are The Birds 2, Land's End, Hellraiser Bloodline,
What?
and Ghost Fever. Fearing the moniker's abuse by opportunistic production studios working with little-known directors, an approval process was instituted that required proof a director's creative vision was significantly restricted by their film's production. This was a fairly well-kept industry secret until the 1998 film Burn Hollywood Burn, an Alan Smithy film, blew the lid clean off the whole charade by telling the story of a director who is dissatisfied with his film, but who is unable to use the pseudonym Alan Smithy because his birth name is already Alan Smithy. The director of Burn Hollywood Burn, an Alan Smithy film, was so dissatisfied with his film that he successfully had the directorial credit given to Alan Smithy. Though this is a film that was neither successful nor
That's insane.
it brought attention to a diverse directorial catalog of trash cinema that had flown comfortably under the radar for the past 40 years. This caused studios to push back against the moniker's use, fearing it would, as a New York Times article from 2000 put it, mark their films as damaged goods. Obviously, though, this was the Directors Guild of America we're talking about, so theoretically the name is still fair game across the rest of the world and for other mediums, which works out because pseudonyms are extremely common in the world of anime and manga. So obviously there's the fact that plenty of mangaka use pen names to protect their privacy, while others use them when working in the doujin field. But I'm specifically talking about anime directors who use their real names, or at least a primary pen name, but have specifically used...
I'll be back. I'm just thinking about, I don't know, I'm just kind of hungry. So I think I might make myself some dinner soon. I'll be back. Don't worry. Okay, I'm gonna edit Rusty for a little bit. And then, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I don't know what else I have to do for this. I think the most I have to do right now, honestly, is, die. I don't fucking know. I don't really fucking know. I really don't know, honestly. Aren't there a way to, like, remove color from everything? Oh, wait, you. Wouldn't it be great if there's like a way to make like everything? Jesus. I just want to like turn off the color. You know? That's all I want to do at the end of the day. I'm going to turn on my timer for 5 minutes. And I'm going to go check to see if it's boiling. Okay? Oh shit, is there a viewer? Holy shit, someone's watching. What the fuck?
Pseudonyms on particular projects. One of the only examples that comes to mind for me is also perhaps the most famous. The 2 episodes of Lupin the Third Part 2, Miyazaki directed under the name Teriki Tsutomu. Funnily enough, that's not the only Lupin media relevant here, because the 2009 film Lupin III vs. Detective Conan features a character named Alan Smithy. Likewise, there's a gag of alias in Kana Memo's 3rd episode.
What?
Despite these references, though, I could only find 2
What?
instances in which the name appears in the credits of an anime. The first of which, of course, being Aiken. While the credit was listed on Wikipedia, there was, as mentioned, no source, and I couldn't find a single site anywhere online that corroborated this info, let alone provided proof. The only instances I could find where people mentioned it at all were a few offhand social media posts and blog entries, but it was never anything deeper than a, hey, did you know? Furthermore, none of these examples were from before 2018, which leads me to anime's other Alan Smithy, the director of the 3rd episode of the Netflix Grappler Baki anime. That time around, there was a good bit more buzz about the pseudonym's appearance, with fans speculating about the whys and whos. It was beginning to seem like some Wikipedia chuckster inspired by this particular oddity went, you know what would be a really funny internet lie? What if this infamously bad booby anime also had an Alan Smithy credit? So I decided to download Aiken and look at the anime's opening and ending credits myself. Now, I'm dyslexic when it comes to a language I've been reading and speaking my entire life. Trying to read kana in non-standard typefaces against busy backgrounds is definitely not a strong suit of mine. I tried regardless, and while I observed that Kuma-chan's voice work was credited to a question mark, that was all I could catch. Maybe that's all it was. Someone saw that, or the absence of a directorial credit in the 2nd episode, and went, well, I'll just list that as Alan Smithy. I wasn't sure, and because I hadn't even watched the fucking anime yet, I threw a Hail Mary. I bought the fucking thing on Blu-ray.
Oh no.
I figured maybe there would be a list of credits somewhere on the packaging. No dice, totally bare bones. Well, shit. Guess I'll have to sit down with the wifey and see what we can sleuth out of the credits together. I guess I should specify, in case people don't know, you can't just translate a credit sequence. Japanese written names can be pronounced a whole bunch of different ways, so the anime's production company has to provide a localization team with a definitive list of credits. Obviously, that isn't possible for fan subbing groups, which explains why there weren't credits on the rip I downloaded. But companies don't even always bother with official releases sometimes, so it's a total gamble. With a release as quiet as Aiken on Blu-ray, I wasn't expecting anything, but it was worth a shot. When we got to the credits of each episode, no dice again, just the same Japanese credit sequence I had failed to spot anything in originally. Just when I was about to give up hope, however, a translated credits list began to roll after the original credits had finished the 2nd episode. Let's fucking go. And what do we have here? In big block letters, Episode 2, Director Aransmi. Yeah, completely understandably, Anime Works, or perhaps JC staff themselves, didn't seem to catch on to the fact that that's short for Alan Smithy, but that's fucking confirmation. Woohoo! Man, that was a whole fuckload of work just to confirm something that kind of just adds up to being pretty funny. Is that really all I got? Well, just wait till I tell you who this Alan Smithy really is. My theory is that it's nobody else but Satoshi Kon. No. I'm fucking with you. I have no idea who directed the second episode or the Baki episode, and they're almost assuredly different people. It's not even any of our business anyway. Whoever it was chose to be left uncredited. I see no reason not to respect that. Miyazaki would later be credited for his work on Lupin Part 2 in an official capacity, but whoever... The funny thing is, that second episode really felt like it could have been directed by fucking nobody. It's no better or worse than the first episode, but it repeats so many of the same beats and looks so virtually identical, it's crazy. Episode 1 has a minutes-long yogurt slide scene, Episode 2 has a minutes-long pudding slide scene, so on and so forth. Again, baby sensory videos. But of course, if we look further down the barrel of this loaded gun, we'll find that this all came from somewhere. A manga series from 2001, also called Eiken. This is Matsuyama Seiji. According to his Wikipedia page, he has a variety of hobbies, including video games and collecting figurines and toy models. Wow, he's just like us. Like, no shit, he's an otaku. Of course those are his hobbies. More importantly, though, he's the man behind all 18 volumes of Eiken. Yeah, you heard me right. Fucking 18. And oh boy, what a manga it is. Well, I originally had my sights on reading all 13 volumes that were available in English. It was gonna be like a whole bit. In my initial notes, I had the phrase, "This is your brain" on Eiken written down, but then I read like 3 chapters and I realized, man, I probably shouldn't be reading this. In addition to the art being dog shit and it somehow reaching monotony within the first volume, it just kind of made me feel gross to read. And I watched The Blue Girl and Urotsuki Doji completely stone-facedly for a video last year. Like, I don't know, this shit was serialized in a shonen magazine, Weekly Shonen Champion. It is definitely not aiming to entertain a 25-year-old American woman, for one thing. It's literally just chapter after chapter of different excuses to put different girls in different suggestive scenarios. And I know that's harem manga 101, but even the most brain-dead harems out there are at least a little bit better at justifying their existence. If you told me he had started redrawing each chapter 7 different times for each girl like Viper makes albums, I'd believe you. This girl is literally 11 years old. So instead, I liberally skimmed it and just read through all the author's notes at the end of each volume. He talks a lot about the games he played while working on the series. I personally enjoyed the Boku no Natsuyasumi shoutout. There's also some interesting insight into the switch from ink and paper to partial digital manga creation some artists took in the early aughts. Let me tell you, the cognitive dissonance of reading the totally above-board musings of this author and then turning the page to get absolutely blasted in the fucking face by some shit like this was deeply disorienting every single time it happened. These postscript sections weren't all him talking about his free time, though, because dude was fucking busy, pulling 15-hour workdays on the regular. I'm not gonna say he was a hot commodity or anything, but he mentions doing illustration work on contract for a few companies, although he didn't specify which, and I couldn't find anything myself.
Okay, I think I'm good with this one. I'm gonna start editing this one next, and then I'll be done. I'll be done and start working on the
watch my YouTube videos. I cannot imagine the confidence
comic
Matsuyama
art,
had to have
honestly.
in explaining what
Yeah,
he
I
did
just
for
need to, like,
the
separate these
He also
by,
performed some sprite sketches for the A10 PC game.
Jesus. Okay, I just need to, I'm gonna go work on my spaghetti noodles. But all I really need to do now is just work on this, the color combinations, and maybe a little bit of the background. And then I'll be done for the rest of the day, actually. So I'm really excited, actually. I'm really excited. Holy shit. I'm really fucking excited. Because this is going to be really fun to work with. I might shade this a little bit. But honestly, overall, I'm pretty proud with what I made. For the most part. Oh, wait, yeah. Okay, I'll be back. What? It's not done yet. It's gonna take fucking forever. It's so fucking annoying. Okay, I guess I'll just put the fucking timer on for another 20 goddamn minutes. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep it on for another 5 minutes, and then we'll get started on making food. Is good.
Titled A10 for PC. This thing was totally unavailable online and off for a number of years after having been released in super limited quantities until some brave soul far more dedicated to A10 than I will ever be to anything acquired a copy after months of searching and dumped it online. Don't fucking ask me how to play this game, dude. I have no idea. The only ISOs I know anything about are isopods. That's not true. I don't know shit about crustaceans either. So the whole reason I wanted to read the author's notes was because I was curious what he thought of the adaptation. After all, the A10 OVA is what's infamous, not the manga, which also got an official stateside release back in the day. I figured there was maybe some kind of production issue I wasn't picking up on that made it unsatisfactory to both the second episode director and the series creator, or maybe some conflict directly between the animation studio and Matsuyama. I didn't think I'd find anything like that laid out within the pages of the manga. That's just not how this shit works. I was hoping to be given even just a smack roll of a lead. He mentions it being in production, but when the scans switched over from the official Media Blasters localization to fan scans, they stopped translating the afterwards. Of course. And again, my grasp on kana is tenuous depending on the font. Handwriting is out of the question completely. So, no dice there, but no other sources cited any significant production issues or behind the scenes drama, so once and for all, it's very likely the second episode director just didn't want to be attached to enormous Titty Town over here. And like, how can you blame a person for that? It's just one more ecchi OVA and a landfill's worth of ecchi OVAs, right? It was probably purpose-built to come and go without more fanfare than it took to recoup DVD sales. Same goes for the manga, really. Like, those 18 volumes were made over the course of just 3 years. This thing had to have been no more than a box checked off in the magazine it ran in, right? Something like this couldn't have been some groundbreaking work or anything, right? Right? In the first chapter of his 2017 book,
Oh my God.
History of Hentai Manga, yes, we're going there, author and self-proclaimed erotic manga researcher Kimi Rito outlines the medium's history with breasts in lavish detail. According to Kimi, the Bishoujo style in its burgeoning first few years was inherently sort of incompatible with the form of breasts beyond a certain size. Early attempts at drawing Bishoujo characters with exceedingly large breasts, Kyonyu, thought to be inspired in part by the growing ubiquity of imported men's lifestyle magazines featuring buxom models, come off quite mismatched and incongruous compared to how similar subjects are drawn today. To some, this comparison may seem sort of silly.
Wait, let me...
Examples here drawn today. To some, this comparison may seem sort of silly. Both examples here may read as totally exaggerated, but to my eyes at least, on a purely aesthetic level.
Tits attached awkwardly coarse waist? Corset waist? Her elbow is too high. So high. Side note, I hate her face. Lol. My only real anatomical complaint is that her tits attach to her collarbones, but the other girl's tits also do that. Yeah, that kind of fucked me over for a bit in understanding female anatomy while starting to draw it. It actually, like, it goes closer towards, like, the shoulder, not the collarbone at all. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of cool, actually, if you do research on, the biggest issue is here, in my opinion, is how perfectly uncanny around her tits are. Yeah, I also hate that too. It's pretty weird. I hate that shit.
Level. The shape language in this modern example is much more coherent. However much ire this incongruous look inspired, though, this was part of the appeal for some. The cute faces and shoujo manga-inspired eyes of early Bishoujo characters contrasted with the extreme proportions in a way that was interesting and alluring in itself. The desire of greater fiction in these design elements would contribute to the gradual birth of Bakunyu, breasts so large the term kyonyu could no longer suffice. By most accounts, it wasn't until
I'm gonna make a thumbnail board one of these days for when I'm gone, and I can have like something like, "Oh, we'll be back. Oh, we'll be back." You know, like I want to start doing something like that. I think it'll be nice. Oh wait, I'll be back. Oh God, I'm so hungry. Sweet, it's bubbling, so I'm gonna be spending some time stirring that, and I'll be back soon, okay? my schedule like right now? Oh, I'm almost done. Okay. Wow. That's crazy, actually. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Damn. Hmm. Damn. Ugh. Okay, that's cool. So, damn. I don't know what to say, honestly. So, I guess I'll Okay. I think I'll go for a bluish purple kind of color with this. Hmm? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Nope. I'm really glad I did this. This is actually probably one of the best things I've ever done for my art in a while. This is actually a really good idea. I just need to get used to it. What? Okay. Just let me shut the fuck up. I'm just gonna finish up this cleanup real quick and then I'll. Oh, okay. That's fine, I guess. Okay, I'll be back. This is a whole mess I'm gonna have to deal with eventually, but whatever. Oh my god, I need to fucking eat. Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna move and eat. Holy shit. Wait, let's see. I wonder if anyone's actually been on here at all yet. No, no one's messaged me. Very sad. But it's fine. It's expected, you know. Where's my timer? I'll be back. Fuck. Okay.
The mid-90s, when breasts of all sizes began to be drawn in a softer, more delicate way, that unity with Bishoujo aesthetics was reached. This gradually gave way to the era
crap.
now, where big tits are so ubiquitous.
Alright, I'll probably finish this later tonight. I'm gonna take a break right now. I got a lot done today, though, so I feel pretty proud of this. I just need to finish this part, and honestly, just like add the words, and then I'll be done. That manga was bad. Okay, I guess while waiting, we could just play some video game.
That could be readily sold to all ages. This began a process of self-regulation among various manga publishers, which, though never fully standardized, resulted in uncensored nipples being largely banned from shonen in the 2000s. This, again, due to lack of standardization, has its exceptions, most apparently to Love You, Thanks for Everything.
What's this one?
Lack of standardization has its exceptions, most apparently To Love Ru, Thanks for Everything, Julie Newmar. To Love Ru would kinda sorta set a standard where censorship largely occurs in magazines, while the tankobons are wholly unmitigated. This is how something as explicit as Ishizoku Reviewers is published in a shonen magazine. We absolutely do not have time to get into Ishizoku Reviewers, though. So, when the nipple is caged away for good, how else do you put the tit in titillating? Extremity. You make those fuckers heavy, right? Like, if you draw a boob big enough, it won't even matter that the nipple is obscured. The sheer size eclipses everything else. Now, an excerpt directly from the history of hentai manga. And then, the largest breasts in shonen history debuted. The heroine of Seiji Matsuyama's Eiken, Chiharu Shinonome, was, in the early days, drawn with an 88-centimeter bust, an F-cup, but due to the editor's request and the author's interests, all of the characters' breasts were abruptly inflated, and Bakunyu and shonen were born.
Oh my god.
Yeah, baby, biggest tits in the shonen game, Eiken with the fucking world of birds. This jump occurred in Volume 4, which is hilariously also when the English language Media Blasters release started getting marked as 18+. And
damn.
Yeah, that's a pretty sizable increase. In fact, one Twitter user did the fucking game theory science to determine that by the end of this series, Chiharu is likely a fucking pea cup. To put that into perspective, here are all of the words you can spell with the letters that appear between F and P in the alphabet. Apparently, everyone was plucked up from the initial concept to the finalized first chapter, too. In the liner notes for
Oh, come on. That sucks. That sucks.
For the sake of the shonen demographic, but I saw literally no change. Not in cup size, not in amount of innuendo, nothing. Let's be frank, one does not lead a lifetime of morbid fascination with gutter garbage anime, exploitation cinema, and the furthest limits of the human imagination without continuing to feel those reverberations.
Oh, come on.
That's working out great for me, though. No, I'm serious. When I have a strong reaction to something I can tell I don't fully understand, my response is to try to learn about it so I can come to a more well-rounded conclusion. Sometimes my feelings change and sometimes they don't, but in either outcome, that context helps me to compartmentalize the things I engage with. As a result, I'm able to engage with a lot of art that I think a past version of me would have been too scandalized by to approach on its own terms. That is to say, I'm coming at Aiken from the perspective of someone whose reaction is, I've Google image searched literally any named side character from a semi-obscure children's cartoon from the past 25 years. This is nothing. So I need to keep in mind that there are plenty of folks watching this for whom this is a lot to take in. Again, this manga ran for 18 volumes, had a Bishojo game, an OVA adaptation. It has fans across.
Oh, come on, no.
But it has fans. There was
Okay.
merch produced. People made fan sites in multiple languages. This must feel like stepping through a wormhole into a whole other fucking dimension for some of y'all. People who like big tits have been interrogated through every Freudian lens there is. Many early Kyonyu artists were perpetually dogged on by peers and readers, getting called mothercons and all that. I absolutely do not have a horse in this race, and I'm certainly not going to sit back and try to mathematically decode at what
God.
normal appreciation of large breasts becomes a matter of anthropological fascination. Look, the thing about tits is that basically everybody likes them.
Yeah.
I've never met a single person who doesn't have some kind of appreciation for the breast. You don't even have to like girls to like them. Shit, just look at like every gay komi artist.
That is true.
Aesthetically pleasing
Yeah.
in pretty much every form
Okay.
or size they take.
Fuck.
And this is something artists have been hip to since literally the Paleolithic era. Now take into consideration the notion in manga art referred to as the pleasure of lines. Professor and manga critic
Come on.
describes it as the visual satisfaction one gets from seeing the human form simplified to just a handful of well-placed, well-articulated brush strokes in such a fashion that favors cuteness over realism. I feel like this in itself is at the heart of what makes breasts a ubiquitous facet of manga art. Fundamentally, it only takes a few lines to draw a pleasing breast, already a pleasing shape by default. I'll admit this is a very clinical way of approaching the subject, and I'll admit part of that is the fact that I'm subject to getting my cheeks slapped by the very platform you're watching this on if I fly too close to the sun. But I would argue that the, utility factor is in part a secondary response to how we purely perceive something's aesthetics. Though this helps to explain the—
That makes sense. I actually really like this. Okay.
In anime, it doesn't really explain Aiken. I do not receive pleasure from any of these lines, but I think that's kind of part of the point. I feel like Aiken is a return to the subjective appeal of that mismatched look you saw in Arrow manga of the 80s.
Where is it?
Groups like the D-Cup Club, where many well-endowed Bishoujo characters today may themselves be exaggerated. The girls in Aiken are near impossibilities, and they're a little scary. The purple.
I wonder if you could define High School of the Dead as Aiken, right? Because they have the same type of breasts. They're fucking freaky and weird.
Has this really low-set mouth that makes her look like she could unhinge her jaw at any moment. Come on, is there even anything more to say about her? I don't think I need to explain the parallels between repulsion and attraction in human psychology. Hopefully you see what I'm getting at. So combine that with Chirarizumu, the allure of catching just a glimpse.
Oh my god, this is so nice.
And the excitement.
So excited to eat this.
Puts it, the unseen beginning scene. And it should be clear why someone would want to seek Aiken out, even though
oh my god.
nudity, and despite how utterly vapid it is. Lastly, with Aiken being a sex comedy, I mean, everything in art is subject to taste, so what's unfunny to me is probably a blockbuster for others. Vice versa,
What?
to taste, so what's unfunny to me is probably a gutbuster.
There was such a stellar joke in there I completely missed. What a fuck up. Why didn't I say just make a gut buster as a nut buster? Jesus Christ.
For others. Vice versa, especially. My sense of humor is utterly fucking cranked. It's because exaggeration is sewn into the very fabric of Aiken's being that the argument that its OVA is one of the most demeaning out there is maybe a little overblown. I'm just one woman, but in my eyes, this isn't meant to be representative of a viewer's values or misconceptions of what women are really like or what they should be, but rather their fantasies blown up to their reasonable extremes, and
I'm down with that.
a format that's readily available to them. Does that make it wholly without fault on that front? Definitely not, but I find I'm more likely to be concerned with the more insidious ways regressive ideology perpetuates itself in our society and our art by extension than a single booby butthole comic. And oh man. Despite my insistence that repeated exposure to truly deranged art has made me better at my job and, I'd argue, more empathetic, I do often worry that I am fully desensitized and that may cloud my analytical eye in other regards.
Well,
But
fuck.
then I come across something that causes a pit to form in my stomach. Something I find genuinely shocking, and I go, right, yep, still human. Like, I can encounter something and easily wrap my head around the fact that it exists, but still have a strong reaction to the very content therein and execution. Does that make sense? Well, I think it may in a second. Yeah, if you haven't picked up on it, this is gonna get kind of heavy for a bit, and if although I suspect asking this on the internet is a tad futile, I'd appreciate it if the rest of you can hear me out on all of this. It'd mean a lot. It may sound alarming or questionable in spots,
What?
but I did everything
Jesus.
with as much empathy and thoughtfulness as I was able. Hopefully that shows by the end. In 1969, artist Motomura Miyoko began serializing the manga Okusama wa Juhachasai in the shoujo magazine Margaret. It, given the name, told the story of a high school language teacher's secret romance with his 18-year-old student. This is a work that fits within a trend in media aimed at women that plays into a common desire for the security and maturity of an older man many adolescent heterosexual girls have. Though it ran for just a year, it's regarded by many as being the origin point for romantic comedy manga we see even to today. It was also the origin point for a much more niche manga subgenre, because, I mean, what's in it for the dudes, am I right? So, okay, we have My Bride is 18. What about, say, 2001's My Bride is a High School Student? But let's make her 17 this time. Boom, a fresh new seinen take for a new generation.
Oh god.
Alright, it's 2006 now. Fuck it, right? We got beef shipping over from America for the first time since we all learned what mad cow disease is. We're living a life of veritable luxury. Cosmically, the time is right for a one Matsuyama Seiji to create his magnum opus, Okusama wa Shogakuse.
Oh god.
My Bride is an elementary school student.
What?
This manga is set in an
What?
alternate universe
Why?
in Japan, where the declining birth rate has grown a serious
No.
perspective issue that the government begins testing a lowered age.
No, not lolicon shit.
Now fully legal for, say, our 24-year-old protagonist to marry his
No.
18-year-old student.
No.
Leading to an array of wacky pseudo-sexual shit.
I am not get fucked, law. I'm not showing that shit.
2010, and the manga
Yeah, what the
is
fuck?
simultaneously very explicit and readily purchasable by all ages.
No.
The man who brought attention to this manga was then Vice Governor of Tokyo, Inose Naoki, who was, along with the rest of the Tokyo metropolitan government, pushing for a revision to the Tokyo Metropolitan Ordinance regarding the healthy development of minors. This ordinance, first passed in 1964, gave the government the authority to regulate and restrict the sale of content deemed harmful to the development of
Yeah.
these youth. This particular 2019 was,
yeah.
in its first iteration, extremely controversial, both for its expanding the already vague definition of harmful to be even more vague, and for expanding the definition of children to also include, and I quote, non-existent children, i.e. those depicted in fiction. If that's confusing or abstract, think of it like this. When you upload a video to YouTube, the site asks if children appear in what you're uploading, which then comes with a specialized set of limitations and regulations for the content of the video therein. If this bill had passed in its original incarnation, it would be tantamount to a creator having to click yes to that YouTube question, even if it was a video about or even containing a brief clip of, say, Steven Universe. After being voted against, the bill was revised
What?
more into what would be referred to as Bill 156. The new revision was also extremely controversial, drawing criticism from swaths of manga artists and publishers, as well as two of Japan's left-wing political parties, on the grounds that it infringed on the country's constitutional right to freedom of expression.
Oh god.
The only groups in favor of the bill's passing were conservative, PTAs across Japan, as well as the government at large. Despite that, on an immediate level, this bill may sound admirable, or at least understandable, right? It focuses largely on ensuring children are protected from overly sexual or graphic content.
Yeah.
And in a world where fundamentally antisocial, profit-driven algorithms rule what children do and don't see more than any direct human cues,
Oh god.
it may almost feel a little refreshing. But that is how they get you.
Yeah.
When speaking to the PCA groups that had aligned themselves with his cause, then Governor of Tokyo Ishihara Shintaro, the main official behind this bill, said, "It's not just about children. We've got homosexuals casually appearing even on
No.
television. Japan has become far too untamed."
No. I gave you the benefit of the doubt. Shit. Pedophilia problem in their like media. So we should like watch out for this, obviously. But they used that and blamed it on gay people again. Holy shit. Even though it was a straight comic. What was gay about that comic? It was very straight. That's fucking wild, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh crap. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, my computer is getting all fucky wucky, so I'm gonna take a break, I guess. I don't know. Ugh.
Go forward with this bill with a sense of mission. Yeah, so I've said it before and I'll say it again. Cries for censorship surrounding the supposed safety of children's media consumption tend to have a habit of secretly, actually being deeply puritanical and purpose-built to set precedents for future legislature to censor.
Yeah.
Positive depictions of alternative lifestyles like homosexuality, and eventually, if all goes well, dissent. If that sounds dire or like I'm coming at this with some grand agenda, let's chat about what happened when Bill 156 was passed. When I first recorded this video script, my notes on the bill's effects were almost non-existent because I was having a hard time finding confirmation of anything. But serendipitously, Kimirito came through in the 11th hour. So when the bill was first passed, it seems like its impact on the mainstream manga print industry was pretty minor. The first time the bill's revised rules came into action was an instance where a housewife found a volume of To Love Rude Darkness in her son's room while cleaning, saw that it had uncensored breasts with nipples therein, and subsequently ratted to the government of Tokyo. Even with the
Yeah, my parents threw away my forced me to throw away my Inuyasha manga because it had nipples in it. And I'm still pissed about it to this day, to be honest. I'm still really, really pissed about it to this day. I'll be back. I'm gonna just grab myself some more spaghetti. That was really good spaghetti. Okay. My god. They're cute. They're a kid though. They're cute like a kid, you know? Not in a weird I'm gonna go get some spaghetti. I'm just gonna go get some spaghetti. shady face.
These stricter rules
Okay, I'm back.
the manga did not violate anything.
Wait, what?
and could not be considered a harmful manga as a result. See, the thing about this bill is that most of the discussion around it in English was your typical sort of scaremongering about Japan banning all anime. You see this a lot when legislature is proposed to certain forms of art or expression. Sometimes I get tagged on Twitter by good-natured folks who want to alert me to changes in copyright law or YouTube terms of service that may make what I and many others do, talking about anime on the internet, either illegal or unviable. While I know this negatively affects some creators, these changes are rarely the destructive force it's made out to be. And these sorts of doomy reports that often come off as being more concerned with spinning a worst-case scenario into a strong headline than actually reporting the facts as they appear in a rational manner. I've been tagged in a
Come on.
this year alone, and it's scary as I write this. So seeing a version of those from a decade prior, I was under the impression that the bill proves to be ineffectual because it's pretty poorly written. We're talking about a hasty revision of a bill that originally argued that non-existent children needed to be protected from access to harmful media as much as real children. This would explain why there was relatively little coverage after its passing. But where To Love Ru, published in the massively lucrative boys magazine Weekly Shonen Jump, was safe from Bill 156, not all forms of manga had been. Since April of 2021 to February of 2022, as I write this, the last 14 comics to be deemed harmful by the Tokyo Metropolitan Government under its ordinance regarding the healthy development of youths have been boys' love comics.
Oh my god.
Specific content is getting these works marked harmful.
That is fucked up. That is so fucked up. Of course it's not girls love comics, because like that's just like jack-off material for like most men in that country, you know? So like what the fuck? Holy shit. I fucking hate that so much.
Just as transgressive as any other genre of manga aimed at adults, after all, but every single report on why each comic was banned is the same copy-pasted phrase. It can significantly stimulate sexual feelings and feed the healthy growth of adolescence. Geez, I wonder what kind of sexual feelings they might be talking about. Barring the fact that most everyone knows boys' love is a genre predominantly consumed by women, Japanese conservatives are big into pushing the idea that Japanese men have grown weak and unmanly, which is making them undesirable mates, which makes the birth rate decline. So that's
no. Oh my god.
Definitely also Genshin Impact's fault that Chinese men experience feelings other than pride for their country. According to Kimi, a book deemed harmful must be delisted.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with like how they're being worked to the fucking bone, or how like they haven't allowed any people into their fucking country in like years. Leaving all there to be is just like poor depressed Japanese people who are working like 50 hours a fucking week. Because even though they have regulation laws, their like own economy doesn't allow for it. It's so fucked up. Like, Japan is so fucked up as a country. I fucking hate Japan, the country. I love the Japanese. I love all Japanese people. Japanese people are best. But I hate the government of Japan so fucking much. It's such an awful government. And it's such an awful economy, too. Like, not just in terms of, like, productivity, but, like, in terms of... but just in terms of, like, how they treat their employees. If you think they treat people really bad here in America, holy shit, it's 10 times worse in, like, Japan. It's so bad. God, I hate Japan so much. Oh, I got 3 notifications. I got 12 likes on my current drawing. That's great. Where is it? Yeah, it's always just to go after gay people. Like, it's always just an excuse to go after gay people. I don't think there's a problem, though, with, like, wanting to protect children from, like, overly sexual stuff, though. That's the fucked up part about this. That's what I find the most fucked up part about this. It's like, yeah, I could see maybe we shouldn't be exposing them to, like, pedophilia and, like, super sexy fun time all the time. When their brains aren't developed enough to understand sex. But, like, just gay people hanging out? Fuck you.
From Amazon, and a slip is sent to major bookstores in Tokyo, issuing that the book must be marked and quarantined from the rest of the
Jesus.
This also bars it from being sold in convenience stores, which is where a large portion of comic magazines are still sold even now. That's a lot of work. Now, I'd like to posit that this is a good portion of why video games in particular are largely unable to commit to explicitly canon LGBT characters without a declarative no homo. Getting a game's rating changed after its release is an extremely expensive and wasteful endeavor, doubly so if it's a physical release. So why on earth would publishers go through the hassle when they could just gate
What the
off
fuck?
certain subject matter entirely? Furthermore, if depictions of same-sex romances are deemed harmful by the Ordinance for Healthy Development of Youths, that doesn't just mean the game gets booted up a Sero rating, that likely means it'd jump straight to Sero Z for those 18 and up. Mind you, where games are concerned, this has more to do with the full scope of the ordinance than Bill 156 specifically, but from top to bottom, this is legislation that negatively impacts queer expression.
God damn it.
If that sounds dire or like I'm coming at this with some grand agenda, why don't I hit you with some fast facts about the man behind Bill 156? Ichiro Shintaro was a fucking cartoon supervillain, dude. He was Prince Philip tier. During his time in office alone, he said women who have gone through menopause are useless and are committing sin by continuing to take up space in Japanese society.
What?
While being literally 69 years old himself. Asserted that the 2011 Tohoku earthquake, which killed nearly 20,000 people, was due punishment from heaven for how greedy the Japanese have become.
What?
On illegal immigrant communities and foreigners, which means that, for those keeping score, the anime Deers has better immigration politics, and that's a show literally about a race of aliens who biologically desire masters to serve. Really wanted Japan to have access to nuclear weaponry, was openly affiliated with a Japanese ultra-nationalist group that denied many a Japanese war crime, and himself routinely, vocally, openly denied many a Japanese war crime. Here's a picture of him with literally Mishima Yukio. So yeah, dude was a fucking ghoul, and he was in office for 13 years. He was
Jesus.
in 2012 to fail to lead a new, even farther right political party. Then in 2014, he was
Further?
running it for a different national.
How do you get further right in Japan?
The guy's ego so bad he would retire from politics entirely, eventually dying in February of 2022. With all this in mind, I refuse to believe that ulterior motives did not play a factor in this bill's development. Let's take another look at Ishihara's vice president, Inose Naoki, once more. Before he was caught in an embezzlement scheme that was linked to his 2013 resignation,
Oh my god.
for Bill 156 was notorious to denizens of the web for being
Dude, all these fucking Republicans are the same no matter where you fucking go. Holy shit. Or at least, like, far right. I think Democrat and Republicans are different in countries, but, like, yeah, the far right's always... It's never different. They're all fucking ghouls and monsters that just want to, like, kill people. Fuck these guys, dude. I fucking hate them. What?
deceptive. See, while using Okusama Washogakuse as a primary example of harmful material, he blatantly lied about the work's contents. And here's what kills me about all of this. Okusama Washogakuse is not even worth defending. I like to think I've spoken level-headedly in the past about media that gets dismissed as being mere smut when I find there's heart or substance there that is wrongfully overshadowed. I see no
Oh god, no.
substance to any
I need to get that.
with Matsuyama Seiji's name attached to it, and
Yes.
this is certainly no exception. I read what was available of this thing, and I found it repugnant, uninspired, ugly, and frankly unjustifiable, which is the double-edged sword when it comes to freedom of expression in art. That, by nature, it extends to the regressive, the hateful, and the exploitative. My solace is that these are, at the end of the day, drawings from the mind of a sole weirdo, and that, as per my own freedom of expression, I'm able to criticize him and his work without fear of repercussion, but this section has remained very emotionally and mentally exhausting to write nonetheless. What I find interesting about the use of Osama Shogakusei in campaigning for Bill 156 is that it had been out
God damn it.
for a few years before Inose used it as an example. While I believe that this is an example of cherry-picking for shock value, as this is a particularly egregious work, there were other titles that were running in seinen magazines at the very moment this bill was being proposed. Take, for example, Kodomo no Jikan, which features a dynamic between a teacher and his 9-year-old student. This title brought with it controversy of its own when it was to be distributed in the States, only to meet enough backlash for the plug to be pulled before it hit shelves. This is pure speculation, but I can't help but wonder if Inose and Ishihara felt particularly threatened by Osama for its acknowledgement of Japan's declining birth rate, and more crucially when reading the government's ineptitude when handling this decline. When Inose went on television to demonstrate that this manga featured unsimulated sex, he did so by cleverly censoring pages to back up his claim. Although I don't know that it ultimately makes much difference, publisher Akite Shoten issued a statement following Inose's televised appearance that this entire ordeal was deliberately misleading. Meanwhile, Matsuyama would angrily take to Twitter himself to dismantle Inose's claims. There's technically
I'm so
real
glad that he was able to defend the book.
That's not what
Oh,
it is.
God.
It's banana and condensed milk, he would passionately insist. If that's the best they had in defending the work, I can't help but ask why Inose felt the need to lie about the contents at all. Despite the bill's passing, this would all prove to be great marketing for Matsuyama's work. Now seen as a pseudo-martyr for free speech.
No.
Crucially, more than drawing
No, 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 no.
Matsuyama would discover his single greatest talent, getting mad on Twitter.com. If you go looking for Matsuyama Seiji's Twitter account today, it's very likely you'll find a trail of bodies in its wake. Perhaps it's better described as a series of empty hermit crab shells lining the shore. What I mean is, Matsuyama cannot stop getting himself banned from Twitter.
Jesus.
Fans insist up and down that his accounts keep being mass reported by so-called Twitter feminists. It
Oh,
takes
God.
a lot of effort to find the contrary. In addition to publicly defending actual sex criminals, the amount of time he seemingly spends fighting with feminists online, name searching and quote retweeting any and all criticism
Oh,
he
God.
receives,
Oh,
his fans on them is frankly
Isn't it great?
fucking pathetic. 11th hour Hazel again. I had suspected as much.
Isn't it great when, like, the defenders of freedom of speech are just, like, fucking pedophiles that want to say the N-word? Isn't that just fucking great? I love that shit so much.
But I didn't state it outright in the video because I couldn't confirm it until I found it just now.
But-
here's
Oh my god, no, 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 no.
their addresses.
What?
Didn't know that's against Twitter terms of service, and that kind of behavior is what he's actually getting banned for. He doesn't even make good arguments either. Half the time someone criticizes him, he just replies, "Lol, Twitter feminist." Like that somehow invalidates the argument? That's third grader shit. Newgrounds forums shit. Come on. Even if he was giving thought-out, articulate responses, it still doesn't seem worth his time. And that goes for the people arguing with him. Twitter isn't a good platform for discussion. It's not built to be. Plus, Matsuyama is married. Like, dude, log off and go spend time with your wife instead of defending your honor from random women online. I have to say it, the dude comes off like a massive attention whore. All the way back in the author's notes for Eiken, Matsuyama frequently seems embarrassed about his cast's bust sizes, but also knows if he reins it in, he'll defeat the manga's entire purpose. And he's right, Eiken is only its tits. It's not clever, it's not beautifully illustrated, it's not thoughtful. The girls just have enormous fucking tits. That's why it has fans. Fans of Eiken are fans of big fat fucking mommy milkers first. Fans of this obscure ecchi manga second. Wait, no fucking way. Like suck upon D's? That doesn't make it devoid of value, certainly not utility, but Matsuyama is unwilling to concede to any of this, even in the same breath as he self-consciously bemoans how repetitive the series is becoming. There's this old Tsubuya University video he guested on, and they literally introduce him as a big boob artist who draws big boobs. I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't sound like such a bad deal, but there he is, deep in the Twitter trenches, and for what? I didn't see a single bit of evidence to suggest any feminist campaigns had gotten his work canned or restricted in any way. I saw considerably more of him whining than I did actual feminist critics or hecklers. No, this doesn't look like someone who's being silenced. This looks like a deeply frustrated, insecure man looking for an outlet. Something to blame for the way he feels. His only hits, the only works of his with any real cultural impact, have orbited extremity and controversy, so of course his default course of action is to poke and prod at the beehive until he gets stung and then tantrum online to capture the same spark he had when his out-of-print comic was flying off secondhand shelves. So he says increasingly...
Yeah, that's why I've been, like, kind of trying to avoid as much as I can. I still have faults and I still fall victim to my own ego, but I try to avoid Twitter arguments that much because I can see that shit gets really addicting at points, and it never ends with you feeling good about yourself, trust me. Like, it never ends with you feeling good about yourself. You just end up feeling like a piece of shit. Even if you're right. Even if you're right, just avoid Twitter arguments. They're so stupid. They're not helpful at all.
Shit on Twitter and blames the feminists for censoring him. But fewer and fewer people are following him from account to account, and eventually
Jesus.
we'll all move on to some newer, more interesting, misdirected controversy to gawk at. Because it's all just noise. Baby sensory videos for the existentially dissatisfied. So, what the hell is the takeaway with all of this? Instead of leaving you with some bullshit about how the human imagination is as powerful a tool as it is a weapon, I'm gonna give it to you straight. The one thing I keep coming back to here is Matsuyama's 15-hour workday. The 18 volumes in 3 years, the 80 sketches for the Bishoujo game. For as much as I've dogged on his art, I need to make it clear, unskilled art is not lazy art. And no matter who you are, weekly serialized manga is a punishing career path. This is just as true of anime production as well. It's a shock there aren't more Alan Smithies with how often artistic...
Did she...
lazy art. To make it clear, unskilled art is not lazy art. And no matter who you are, weekly serialized manga is a punishing career path. This is just as true of anime production as well. It's a shock there aren't more Alan Smithies with how often artistic control has to be traded for surviving to see the end result. Furthermore, when you see your work as frivolous or trivial, it's easy to justify a lifestyle of overwork as a kind of proof to yourself that you're really earning your keep. I think that's part of why creatives so often glorify overwork among themselves. We're treated as a friendly competition. But shit, look around, we all burn out eventually. Either we go months between experiencing any artistic drive, or we start phoning shit in and saying and doing things we don't really mean because we don't have as much energy to be...
Come on!
Or we just get fucking nasty and bitter and spiteful at the world around us and start taking it out on whatever the closest target is.
Come on.
Sometimes overwork is the addiction, and sometimes it breeds new compulsions, ones that can only be expressed within your own work because your own work is all you have. And shit, we've known for a really long time that the 40-hour work week alone is bad. Not to say I'm anywhere near the level of any of the people I'm talking about in this video, but even I literally overworked so constantly last year, I hit a point where I thought my fucking retina was detaching. And the two thoughts I had were, fuck, how am I supposed to get this stupid video out before the end of the year? And fuck, how am I supposed to afford an emergency room visit? Thank God it was only an oral migraine, or I'd be wearing a fucking eye patch right now. I work for myself, and I've had the ability this entire time to say enough is enough. It's the least I can do to practice what I preach and work a reasonable amount. Now just think about how standardized overwork is in Japan, no matter what field you're in. If it wasn't expected of you to work so goddamn much just to make ends meet and provide for your loved ones, parents would have the time to be the ones to properly regulate their children's entertainment and engage with them about what they think of it and how it makes them feel. They'd form deeper bonds and develop more mutual respect and trust for one another, and there wouldn't have to be so much pressure on children to do right by the very rigid expectations their parents and their society at large sets for them. If those crushing expectations did
Come
not
on.
also compound with the
Hurry up.
Yes.
Yes.
Ever-soaring barrier to entry and a shrinking middle class, Japanese citizens wouldn't be too tired and depressed to date, and the birth rate wouldn't be so low. Newsflash, it's not the waifus, and it's not the gays. It's a work culture so brutal, there's a colloquial name for dying of overwork that, weeb or not, is likely one of the 10 or so Japanese words you know. In closing, Eiken only truly delivers to the most dedicated, insatiable of fan service fiends, and doesn't offer much to those with tastes more discerning. Though some may find it an entertaining watch, this reviewer fails to see the embarrassment of having something this debaucherous on your shelf as being worth the $20 entry fee. It's likely the only thing that'll be Eiken after you watch Eiken is your sense of pride. 1.5 stars out of 10. This is Hazel from
God damn it. No, 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 no.
Signing off. Alright, I don't actually want to close the video on that note. I was and am still disappointed by how devoid of joy Eiken is, especially because, like I've said, I don't think over-the-top ecchi bullshit has to be this bad, and can, in fact, be charming and fun with the right balance of flavors. So let me at least send you off with some recommendations for anime that succeeded where Eiken failed.
Patreon. Okay. No! Oh my god. I was so fucking close. Okay. I gotta stop. I'm gonna put away my dishes, and once I get back, we'll get started on the comic.
You ever
Okay.
notice how
Okay, I'll be back. Oh my god.
I'm glad to say.
Alright. I watched a really cool video. It started a cool video. So we're gonna watch that instead. Because I like art analysis. I've been feeling kind of doomer lately. With the rise of AI. So we're gonna raise that doomer up to like 111, you know? So let's go. What the fuck? What?
In 2016 and 2017, journalists noticed that YouTube was serving kids videos of famous
Oh, wait.
characters in
Mm. Okay, okay. I just think this is interesting where it started. Yeah, art in the post-human era. So this is obviously going to go into AI.
situations. Usually these videos were cheap animations, but sometimes they starred real people dressed as Elsa or Spider-Man or whoever, acting out storylines that were always incoherent and sometimes disturbing. The characters would get pregnant, get in car crashes, commit crimes, in some cases be buried alive. The scandal became known as Elsa Gate, and it was possible in part because kids were a passive audience. A video could be a procedurally generated mishmash of characters, songs, and bright colors, and they would still watch all the way through. My introduction to Elsa was a great article called Something is Wrong on the Internet by a writer named James Idle, which pointed out that even
Ugh, 2017? That's old.
the culture of children's YouTube is troubling. Videos around were product unboxings. Open up Kinder eggs or play with toys to the tune of hundreds of millions of views. In an article from Time magazine, one mom described how toy videos affected her 2-year-old, saying she doesn't laugh at it or talk about it except when she's asking to watch it. She just sits there transfixed. Plus, there's something about seeing your kids sitting still and watching a video of somebody playing with toys instead of actually playing with toys themselves that makes you feel like the victim of some awful irony of modern life. The flood of stories was awful PR for YouTube Kids, which had just launched 2 years earlier and was still trying to win over parents in new markets. Though weirdly not my market, YouTube Kids isn't available in Quebec, never has been. Almost everywhere in North America, just not here specifically. Francophobia aside, I think YouTube responded to the scandal pretty well. They removed thousands of the offending
Oh my
videos,
god.
maybe hundreds of thousands, and give parents the option to only show channels that have been manually approved by YouTube staff. Although I can't verify this, because YouTube are cowards who fear the Quebecois people, my impression is that online video is in a much better place these days. I'm glad to say we've left this in. I'm glad to say. Hmm.
This is interesting. I'm excited.
A lot of time on TikTok, or anywhere that likes complaining about TikTok. You've probably seen a video like this one. At their most basic, these videos comprise a clip from a show or movie played next to some unrelated, visually stimulating footage. Sometimes a person playing with slime or cutting into soap, but most iconically, screen recordings of the mobile game Subway Surfers. This genre of video is often called sludge content for the way it combines different pieces of media into a pre-digested slurry, where no one component can really be considered on its own merit. At their most chaotic, sludge videos feature 3 videos playing side by side, plus a caption describing the main video, plus subtitles in English and Chinese, plus grating royalty-free music blaring over top, potent enough to tranquilize a cow or kill a German philosopher. Over the past few months, these videos have gained a reputation as being 1. Creatively bankrupt, 2. incredibly overwhelming, and 3, almost impossible to look away from. Sledge videos flood people's feeds and rack up millions of views because, as widely disdained as they are, they're also incredibly easy to watch. They put viewers in a similar headspace as the Elsagate stuff. I almost want to say hypnotized, like watching them isn't our choice. A couple weeks ago, I made a Sledge video as a joke for my Patreon, and even though I knew exactly what it was going to say, I still watched it like 4 or 5 times all the way through. It's hard to put the experience into words. When I watch Sledge videos, I'm not enjoying myself. I'm not getting anything out of it, but it would be tough to say I'm not engaged. I mean, I'm watching the whole way through with my eyes glued to the screen, despite none of the interest that would usually keep me around. It's like something about these videos bypasses the thinking part of my brain and connects straight to the reward center. You would think such busy videos would be pure sensory noise, like totally impossible for any human being to parse. But they do a couple things to stay at least kind of legible. First off, each type of clip that gets used is familiar to anyone who's been on TikTok or its competitors, and each one follows a reliable formula. When you start watching, you know the soap is going to be sliced or the subway is going to be surfed, so the little side clips don't require your full attention. A lot of the time, you even know what's going to happen in the show or movie because a text overlay spoils it for you. Having that context means that every video kind of feels the same, but it also makes them easier to digest. Of course, more clips also means more stimulation and more payoffs, which is probably the real reason for this format. Even though you know what to expect, there's a lot to anticipate. Those oddly satisfying type videos offer quick and easy payoffs while you wait for the main clip to resolve. They keep you watching even if the main clip isn't especially interesting. On the other hand, a lot of the game footage that gets played never really pays off. They tend to be from endless runners that you can't actually win, like Subway Surfers, or those Minecraft stages that are just a series of tricky jumps. They offer a baseline of visual interest, but since they never actually finish, since they never resolve, I'm always left unsatisfied. Watching content sludge is joylessly waiting around for nothing in particular. And I guess the big question there is why, right? Like, how did such a weird genre take form? How did it get popular? Obviously, the answer is money, right? No one would make this stuff unless they were making money. But even knowing that, it's still kind of baffling. It's like finding out that 5% of your country's GDP comes from professional jugglers. How does this, of all things, generate revenue? This game works by exploiting a couple quirks of the TikTok platform. First off, with the possible exception of music, TikTok is shockingly lax on copyright. As far as we know, they don't have any systems in place to screen videos for reposting shows or movies. This attitude sets them apart from their biggest competitors, Shorts on YouTube, Reels on Instagram and Facebook, all of which actively monitor for copyright. On TikTok, stolen videos run rampant because they can only be taken down by manual reports. And I'm told even those are kind of a joke. Like Philip from the channel Volksgeist was telling me about a guy who's racked up 70,000 followers on TikTok by reposting his videos with these stomach-churning Zoomer-core fast edits. At some points, this account has actively pretended to be the guy in the videos. It seems to me like a pretty open and shut case, but Philip reported them to TikTok and never heard anything back. So it's feasible to pirate an entire TV show or movie or YouTube channel or whatever and rerun it on TikTok for easy money. On the off chance you do get caught and your account gets banned, who cares? Just start another one. Second, TikTok is exceptionally good at keeping viewers around. The algorithm's main goal is to maximize viewer retention, so it pushes videos that people watch to the end and then stay on the app when they're finished. Better attention equals more visibility, equals more views, equals more money. Retention's a really common metric to measure video quality. YouTube's waited in some capacity for over a decade now, and of all the options available, I think it's a pretty good one. Like, consider the options here. If videos got pushed based on the ratio of likes to dislikes, then brigading could easily tank people's careers. If it went by comments, then inflammatory videos might be pushed over more thoughtful stuff. In YouTube's case, retention means videos are rewarded for following through on their promise. Watching a video to the end implies you got what you came for. It's also the reason some videos are like 7 hours long these days, which honestly not everyone can pull off. I come on here with like one big take every 2 months, and That feels like a bit much sometimes. Any recommendation system will change what kind of content is rewarded, and therefore what kind of content gets made. I don't want to go all first year film student, the medium is the message on you here, but I only did 1 year of film school, so I'm gonna do it anyway. If you're willing to sacrifice your creative voice and make whatever a platform rewards, it's more than possible to min-max your way into success with extremely watchable garbage. That much became clear in the 2010s, when small production studios realized that kids under 5 watch basically anything you put in front of them, as long as it has eye-catching visuals and familiar songs or characters. So they started pumping out thousands and thousands of nonsense videos made of reused assets Frankenstein together in every possible configuration. Kids that young aren't really capable of choosing one video over another, so the videos didn't need to be good. They just had to hold their attention. The scope of this problem was limited because the strategy only worked on babies. But on TikTok, we're all babies. On TikTok, we don't choose what to watch. Instead, we watch what's presented to us by the For You page and judge it mainly on whether it holds our attention. It's a drastically different experience. And as anyone who's been hypnotized by sledge videos will tell you, content that holds your interest when presented to you isn't necessarily content you consider worth watching. In fact, sometimes they're opposites. TikTok is overrun with videos that take ages, fucking ages to get to the point. Videos that are all build up and no payoff. Meandering story times that give 3 minutes of backstory no one asked for and then never actually deliver the goods. Until you get to the end, you can't know if a video will be worth it. And once you do, your opinion no longer matters. The video has extracted what it needs from you. This isn't always malicious. Often the TikTok algorithm amplifies regular people who are trying to tell their friends a story and just did a kind of bad job. A theoretical better telling of that story that got to the point right away wouldn't perform as well, so you probably wouldn't have seen it. Videos like that suggest that there's a gulf between what kind of content is optimal and what kind of content is good. I think TikTok Sledge represents that gulf at its absolute widest possible, because it's fantastically optimized to hold your attention, but it doesn't care at all what you think about it. A sledge video is worse than the song it plays, it's worse than Subway Surfer, it's definitely worse than whatever movie it's freebooting, but it's better than any of those three at keeping you around, because if ever you lose interest in one, there's so much to fall back on. Content Sledge ignores human taste and appeals to less conscious processes, like our absolutely dismal attention spans, which have been running the show the whole time. Personally, mine's pretty shot from years of always doing two things at once. Cooking while watching a TV show, playing a game while listening to a podcast, whatever. I suspect it's also like partially a trauma thing for me. Like even 10 minutes of total silence will send me into a tailspin. It's not something I'm proud of. I think it's one of my bigger weaknesses. And Sledge is the rare media that just indulges that. It demands basically nothing of you and offers basically nothing in return. So it's easy to fall down a rabbit hole and watch 10 episodes of Young Sheldon or whatever without even noticing. The thing to understand is that TikTok doesn't reward videos made for human beings. It rewards videos made for human attention spans. And the more a video targets our attention spans, the less priority it can give to other facets of the human experience, like intelligence or emotions or physical comfort. Everyone can tell something's wrong with these videos. All the pieces are familiar, but the way they're arranged doesn't conform to any human perspective. This has led some people to assume that such videos are made by AI, and I don't think they are. That would add a lot of complexity. AI would have to download the clips, choose where to cut the scenes, understand which videos to play next to each other, notice which components do well, and adapt future videos to match. Meanwhile, a human could easily crank out 40 of these videos in a day. At most, they might use some coding to swap out clips, but that's not AI. I can't blame people for assuming, though. These videos feel like the AI art we were seeing a couple years ago. It's like
You mean now?
algorithms would imagine.
Oh, yeah.
And in a roundabout way, it is. While some videos are probably made with human input, they might as well not be, because they're produced to the exact whims of recommendation algorithms. A content farm spits out a handful of videos, some do well and others flop, so the humans try to figure out why. Maybe this game is good for retention, maybe this show doesn't really hold the audience. They learn what works, then they make videos that are incrementally more optimized for the platform. An operation on this industrial scale has no reason to consider taste, and really no way to measure it. Views are the only metric that counts for anything. The humans making sludge videos are effectively tools acting out the wishes of an unknowable machine. No offense. The resulting genre joins a growing movement of post-human art, where human involvement is incidental and transient. We're just around to do whatever grunt work can't be pawned off onto AI yet. You've seen this stuff before. Elsagate was an early warning, with its stiff animation and nonsense storylines. YouTube thumbnails with enlarged eyes and faces, grotesque but oh so clickable. Articles written entirely by the rules of search engine optimization, running thousands of words and barely answering your questions. While humans produce content sludge, the artist is the algorithm. And while humans consume content sludge, the audience is also the algorithm. Content sludge is AI generated art that just happens to be made by humans. And people aren't stupid. They can tell they're being exploited, even if they don't know exactly how. Part of what makes content sludge so off-putting is that most art considers will experience it from the perspective of our human bodies. Like Mad Max Fury Road famously puts everything important in the middle of the frame, so your eyes can follow the action through a million rapid cuts. With content sludge, my eyes dart around helplessly. Am I meant to watch all these
Okay,
things happening
I'm
on
gonna
screen? Or just
write
one?
out what I'm gonna plan to do with
Are
this.
any of them even? Like, Chantal Akerman's movies are really slow, famously slow, but it works so well. It gives you time to interpret each shot in several ways and kind of get lost in your thoughts. And then when she cuts to a new scene, it snaps you out of your daze. It's been surprisingly thrilling. My friend Sasha, who helped me in this video, describes Akerman's movies as a collaborative effort between the filmmaker and the viewer. When I watch content sludge, it's like I don't exist. If I'm thinking or feeling anything, I couldn't tell you what it is. The amount of sensory noise in my way crowds out any deeper awareness. At most, I can maybe describe the plot of the movie, but I can't tell you anything about the performances or the themes. The thing only takes up half my little screen. The actors' faces are as big as, like, a kind of small grape. So I watch all the way through, but it's a one-way experience that barely feels like an experience at all. My heart speeds up, my pupils dilate, but who cares? The room might as well be empty. Back before optimism felt like a cruel joke, we used to say that the internet was democratizing culture. The explosion of YouTube, blogging, and photo sharing created new genres and forms that were basically free to produce in and had no pre-existing rules. All of a sudden, teenagers were getting famous from their bedroom. Regular people were getting six-figure book deals. The narrative was that the internet took power away from the gatekeepers, the radio stations and film studios, and returned it to the people. And that's fair. Pop culture does feel pretty participatory now, and it's easier than ever to get your art in front of people. But no democracy would create art that's so antisocial, so hostile to human experience. If the public voted on what kind of media was rewarded, journalists would still have jobs, musicians could make a living, and TikTok honestly might not exist at all. It's true that these days regular people create a lot of the most popular art, but what we create, the actual content of it, is molded by a very small number of companies whose interests often go
Yeah.
against our own. TikTok alone decides who they'll end a platform. We should think about what kind of messages that fosters. To me, it seems like TikTok's goal is to convince you it's the beating heart of modern culture, where everything interesting happens. Beyond the literal content of a video, it's the variety you get while scrolling. It's the sheer number of niches, telling the viewer they can have a little bit of everything all the time. And TikTok is where they'll find it. I think content sludge is a perfect, like objectively perfect carrier of that message. It presents us with 2 or 3 drastically different videos at once, a level of variety no other media can touch. It offers us a chance at pure consumption, where what's being watched is secondary to the ritual of staring at a screen. Each component substance is kept to a minimum, offering as little as possible to grapple with, to draw all our attention to the fact that we don't have to choose between the satisfaction of a slime, the excitement of a mobile game, and the intrigue of a drama. But as long as we stay right here, we have it all. And I guess what I'm trying to say with this video is fuck that. We can't have it all. We don't need it all. The health of a media diet is not measured in total amount consumed. We've been trained to accept whatever stale popcorn the algorithms toss our way. Like, we can't tell the difference between filler and nourishment. But some part of us does know, even as we're asked to forget our bodies. Some part of us knows and hungers. The larger problem here is not one you or I can solve. We don't run TikTok. We won't convince them to make their algorithm less effective. And I'm not big on individualist solutions for this kind of problem that's just capitalism doing its thing. But if Content Sludge isn't going anywhere, I think we need to at least learn to make ourselves less miserable. Personally, my life became a lot more enjoyable when I started being intentional about my media diet. So no watching whatever an algorithm sticks in my face, no following trends for the sake of it. Instead, I've been paying attention to what speaks to me and actively seeking it out, even when it's challenging or boring. And it is boring sometimes, at least according to my busted attention span. I'm realizing books are like really long. For the past 6 months or so, I've been going to some local film screenings at museums or small festivals. I've seen like dozens of good movies, most of which you can only watch in person. And I do live in a good city for that stuff.
It's not gonna be this cover, by the way.
There are probably movie nerds putting on screenings. There are probably art galleries you can walk into and find something totally moving. There are probably local bands who'd love it if you went to their shows. They're not usually very good, but that's not the point of a local scene. It turns out most music is kind of bad. If these things aren't feasible for you, don't worry about it. Platforms like Rate Your Music and Letterboxd are always getting available. A lot of libraries have digital rentals now. And hey, now that I think of it, there's always Nebula. Since last year, I've been developing a movie podcast with my friends and fellow.
Oh, nice.
Of this melodica, I'm $50 a month to support me and over 100 brilliant creators.
I've been thinking about whether I want to try to get my stuff on Nebula. I think that might be interesting. Alright.
Did you ever notice how even the most painfully average anime out there still have nice backgrounds? Background painters are some of the most unsung artists in the industry. Something about the tools used to make backgrounds just lend themselves to such lush scenery. The actual physical tools, the watercolors, tempera paints, gouaches, all drive home an indelible sense of place. This one carries on to the digital age too. There's a sort of established feel that can be very closely matched with modern tech. That's a feel that I think most fans have probably noticed, even if subconsciously, and I think it's one of the most apparent if you hone in on anime's historied romance with pastoral settings.
Okay.
Anime and manga have proclivities towards slow-paced, naturalistic storytelling in these kinds of locales that rivals only, like, mid-20th century Eastern European cinema. What I find so interesting about this is that while it's so ubiquitous in manga and anime, it's not very common outside of them, not in Western cartoons or comic books.
Yeah.
Even though the countryside exists all over the world. Like, the closest we have to America are those dry, drab Western historical dramas like Little House on the Prairie. I wanted to figure out why this was, what trends could be observed therein, and what about this art appeals to people some 5,000 miles away from where it was made. Plus, let's be real, I needed a change of pace after that last video. So I watched a bunch of slice of life anime set in rural areas. Look, we got a lot of ground to cover, okay? Let's just mosey right on in. I feel like it would be a little too obvious to open with Ghibli.
Oh.
They were probably the first studio to come to mind when I pitched this video's very concept. I don't think this is going to be a very show.
Okay, I'm going to take my medication. And I need to train my voice to not sound masculine when I yawn. Or is that inevitable? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just gonna work on it. I'm gonna grab my medication real quick. My ADHD meds. So I can be ready. Okay, I'm on my medication. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh god. God fuck. Motherfucker. Oh god. Shit. No. Okay.
Something with more of a Ghibli sensibility about it.
God. Oh, I'm on my 5-minute break. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's so cute. Aww.
Just like Ghibli.
Oh my god.
The Moe boom comes 2000.
Oh, that's so cute.
Based on a manga, this 6-episode series follows the titular Binchotan, a little girl living all alone in the woods in an old rundown house. And I mean,
oh my god.
like, look at her. Her size isn't consistent at all. It's on purpose, but that's fine because look, here she is riding a duck. That's great. Though there's comedy inherent to watching just how stacked against her the odds seem to be as this tiny little thing navigating a big world, the show is more interested in really breathing in its atmosphere. It takes great care in showing the minute details of every action its characters take, each step it takes to get from point A to point B. We don't just watch Binchotan wake up and start her day in a quick succession of cuts or as a montage. We watch every little bit of it. From tying her ribbon to drinking water from a nearby stream to washing rice. Oh, how good that looks. That's fucking great. And it's here where I need to lay it down as clear as I can. For all intents and purposes, the word of the day here is boring, parentheses, non-pejorative. Generally, when I call a work boring, that's about the most damning thing I could possibly say about it. The only thing worse than bad art is boring art, after all. But consider that connotation on hold here, because every time I was looking into a potential show to cover here, and I saw a review that called it boring, I literally contorted into the Skype evil grin emoji on the spot. We're used to an extremely fast-paced way of living.
Okay, that's weird. I'm gonna play our... Sorry, I'm just messaging Gracie. Okay, I'm gonna play our thing live. So this is the live premiere of the podcast we're making.
Just get started. Sorry. I guess I'll just get started. Sorry. I'm just a little nervous. Sorry.
Yeah, I
Just a
haven't
little nervous.
done a podcast in a while because I don't know. I tried doing one once and I was having fun with it. What? Then I had to oh no, you're right, Swifty. Fuck. There's so much stuff to like work out, like the fucking noises that happen, the long pauses in between conversations. You know.
Did you do it with someone
What?
else before?
Yeah, I was basically doing an interview. The fuck was that? Where the fuck is my pencil?
That's funny.
Like, yeah, I know, it's great. I want to do it again at some point, but I was like, I'd rather do it. I would only want to do it if I had like someone that would be willing to edit the podcast for me. Thank you for pointing that out. I want to edit. Like, somehow editing a podcast feels more like hell than editing. I say like way too much. Holy shit. Video, you know?
Well, I think the beauty of recording podcasts is you don't really have to edit it, really. At least that's not how I feel.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Isn't there also software sometimes where I forget which exactly. I want to say Sony Vegas. I want to say that sometimes they'll have like a straight up filter that just eliminates dead noise, like automatically.
Nice.
It's a pretty incredible little software.
Okay, I'll give that a try actually sometime.
Yeah, I could be wrong. That is Sony Vegas though. I could be wrong.
You could be wrong. You could probably be pretty wrong, honestly.
Wow. I don't know why you gotta. I don't know why you gotta treat me that way.
I don't know. I'm drawing myself as the dumb bitch. I'm drawing this right here. Where
that's so cute.
Yeah, you were wanting it to be like twirling with your microphone, but I couldn't find a reference for that. So I was like, oh yeah, well, I just draw you twirling with your hair.
It is very cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a work in progress, but people, listeners who are listening right now, you'll see the thumbnail, you'll see it in the video. You know, it's cool, it's cute. I'm just watching magic happen. You know.
Yeah, I'm not as fast as Gracie, but I like to think I'm pretty good.
No, you have a really cute art style.
I actually really do think that too. Actually, I normally like drawing ugly fuckers, but
same.
Like I told Gracie before we started this, I was kind of like questioning the business idea of it. Of being like, yeah, should we do this as a business thing? And Gracie was like, yeah, this could just be like a fun thing to look back on, you know. Oh god, I wonder if we should put context into the fact that we're talking about the podcast. The thing is, like, I am trying to like get this as a job at some point with doing art. Yeah. So I've been like trying to practice more cutesy looking art style to like have an easier sell for a lot of people while I can work on my main comic where everyone looks like an ugly bastard. And it's great.
Wow. Look at you. Now
I've been thinking of
No, what are you saying? Keep going.
I have been thinking though of like trying to like what are those like one drawings where it looks like the dude's eye is like popping out of his head and he's like driving a monster truck or something?
I'm just going to say yes for simplicity's sake. Keep going. Keep going.
I've been thinking about like I wonder if there's like still an audience for stuff like that, and I could just try selling that to them. And I'd be like, what if I just tried stuff like that?
Interesting.
Maybe my art style needs to evolve, but also I really like drawing cute things. Also that.
True.
I need to find a balance, I guess.
Yeah, I've had the misfortune of absolutely loving drawing the like most horrendous, ugly, evil things in the world. And sometimes I gaslight myself and everyone around me that I am like an artist that just draws the worst things. But I actually can draw pretty decent. But I always like hide my power level when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember like whenever I see you draw stuff, I'm always like, wait, why is she never like whenever we're drawing on the doodle stream, I still don't know a name for it. I was thinking like AI and Friends, AI generator and Friends,
Hmm.
doodle something. I might change it though. I don't
Yeah.
like the idea of it being based just around me because it's you also in the podcast, you know, in
Well,
the stream.
you're hosting this stream, so I don't mind too much.
Yeah, that's fair.
But for this podcast, as I would like to actually introduce real quick, welcome
What are we calling it?
everyone who's been listening so far. We are the Vitamin Uncomfortable podcast.
So unfunny.
Your host, Gracie, and your favorite I mean robot, Rusty.
Yeah, I am basically the next level of Chat GPT, actually. Except I don't do voices. I just do the one voice. And yeah, that's all. Well, I guess I can do voices sometimes. I have like some fun voices.
You
I
do
just
have good voices.
yeah, I just like I've been thinking about like taking voice when I do like the vocal feminization therapy now, you know?
Yeah.
I'm thinking of like trying to take that opportunity to also practice voices when I start doing that.
Hey,
But it costs money.
yeah.
That's the hard part.
Isn't it
I don't know.
unfortunate that everything that we want out of life is paywall in some manner? Except for this
Yeah.
podcast, which is always going to be free on the
Free.
YouTubes.
Yeah, everything. Even
Wow.
my webcomics on webtoons are always free. Wait, that's not true. They're not always, actually. There's a lot of webtoons that eventually
Fake news. Fake
also
news,
cost
Rusty.
money, and it's actually kind of an annoying issue. Except webtoons. If you ever want to make me a webtoon original at some point, my comic, Another Day in Paradise, you totally should. And I will
Wow.
start. I'll start sucking you off and calling you the best thing ever. I do get annoyed. Sorry, what?
Was that for me or the audience?
If webtoons is the audience.
Oh.
What? Oh, if you
Anywho,
want to
keep going. No, it's okay.
Oh, what? Oh, wait. Was I talking about sex again? Was I talking about sex again?
Yeah, you were.
No. I didn't actually.
Oh no, I did it again. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, no. I dropped the milk on my boobies. Again.
What? Again.
Again. I
Okay.
dropped the milk on my boobies again.
I don't know what you're referencing, but I don't know.
Racist accent. I think I was going for like the Mexican South Park accent.
Oh, I
like,
did. See, I'm so unracist that I didn't even realize that was supposed to be a racist caricature.
Oh yeah, South Park is full of racist caricatures. It's pretty funny.
Wow. Okay.
No, it's not. It's not funny. Racism isn't funny. I don't think racism is funny. Of course, yeah. Webtoons, if you're watching, I don't think racism is funny.
It reminds me because I had this conversation with Jackson, our friend Jackson, who's also been on the streams before. Because he's a Zoomer by definition and has been getting into South Park just like every other Zoomer apparently right now. And I remember the time when that show was like first air, not when it was first airing, but like in the early years. And
Wait,
I remember it being like regarded as one of the most like controversial, vile like TV stunts like ever. Everyone was trying to like cancel it because they like said a lot of like politically incorrect stuff, and you know the people in power at the time were very Christian evangelicals and such. Like this was the post 9/11 kind of America, and South Park was kind of, you know, South Park.
It's funny because it's like it still has been that way. Still, I guess like maybe not to like the public, but like now that it's gotten more popular, maybe they're more like normies Furries that like it, but I also know a lot more leftists that like fucking hate it at the same time.
Well,
because it's been pretty problematic at points.
Yeah, it has been. It has been.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's gotten like somewhat tamer in my opinion, and it's no longer just like saying slurs for the sake of saying slurs. You get what I'm saying? I feel like even South Park has kind of evolved from that kind of shock humor kind of thing. Unlike Family Guy, who still does it to this day.
Family Guy, okay, like South Park, you can still get offensive, but you can't say it's like if the new seasons are like boring or not funny at all. That cannot at all be said about Family Guy. Like Modern Day Family Guy is so boring to watch. I still remember watching a whole episode with one of my buddies, and they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna watch the new episode." I was like, "Okay," and I didn't laugh once. I didn't even like smile. I was just staring at the screen, feeling dead inside as my soul was begging me to kill it, because it was just really bad and boring. Like it was just lol random humor, but not even like good lol random humor. I love random humor a lot of the time. I feel like that's most of my comedy. But I don't know, the way Family Guy does it. It's more so like, hey, isn't it weird that we're a cartoon? Or isn't it weird?
Isn't it weird that we're a cartoon?
I still remember like people talk about how the best way to watch Family Guy is like the shorts, you know. It's like
isn't it weird that we're a cartoon? Isn't it weird that we're
what are they like? Segways? What are they called?
Oh, the little the side gags, the cutoffs, or whatever they're called. I know what you're talking about.
The side gags, like
yeah.
Hey, remember the time? Yeah. So basically, like, Brian was in a side gag where he was on like that detective puppy thing with like the dog that's like, don't talk to strangers or do drugs, and the police are good. And the police are good. You don't remember that dog that was like
the Dare Dog?
Dare Dog?
The Dare Dog?
Was he Dare Dog?
Like dare not to do drugs or something like that, where he's like a police officer. Wasn't it a dog? No, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think it is. I think it is Dare's
one who was definitely not at all designed by a furry at all in any way whatsoever.
Furry artists, get on it right now.
Yeah. No, I but have you ever seen the Dare line? He looks like he was designed by a furry. Maybe it's because like Disney was, they were like, oh yeah, Disney is popular with kids, you gotta design the furry. But I don't know, this feels too furry to me. This feels too daddy to me.
Furries
design.
Furries, you need to get on it. If you don't know about the Dare lion, you gotta look it up right now. And I need you to flood the market with just the lion from Dare.
See, I'm turning off the safe search engine. See if they. No, it's just the Lion King. Oh.
What did you look up?
Nothing.
No. Why
would that be on there?
You said. Let me get this straight. You said I'm going to turn off safe search. Literally hit search and said, "Oh, it's the Lion King." What did you search up?
Dare Lion, because you're like, "Oh yeah, they should draw."
Then why is it Lion King?
Well, I feel like I said it. I typed in Dare D.A.R.E Lion hentai.
Oh my lord!
It just shows up the Lion King.
Lord have mercy.
And there are characters on here that I don't want to have seen on here, and now I'm going to forever be traumatized by these events.
So going back, sorry, good going.
Sorry, I'm just like, I feel like there has to be GIF of him somewhere. I'll find him.
Okay.
But until then, just keep talking about what we're going to talk about.
While you're on that search, You were talking about earlier how we started the podcast because we just wanted to have fun, maybe share it with some friends and such,
Yeah.
and just look back on it. And you said something it's like, oh, you originally were wanting kind of a business out of it, right? Well,
Yeah.
I have some fun news for you. I'm a small business owner right now.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
sweet.
I'm doing
Would
yard
you?
work. Yeah, it's a
Thanks. That's gonna be really helpful.
luxurious lifestyle for sure. So basically,
Oh wait,
what's
so you got a job?
I'm being honest with you. I created I created a business.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I mean, so it all started when I was with I was at my brother's house, and he said my yard is looking really awful, and I live in the desert, so there's a lot of weeds and dirt. So yard work is pretty simple for my area. So he said, "Hey, my front yard is looking really awful. Do you want to get paid to do this?" And I said, "You know what? I'm looking for a job right now. Why not? I'll do it. I'll do it." So like last week, I want to say it was last week. Last week, my brother told me, "Hey, my mother-in-law's coworker knew about you doing my yard, and she was wondering if she can hire you for her yard too." So I said, "Hey, why not? I'll do it. This is just a fun thing to do while I'm searching for a new job, right?" So I did that yesterday, and today, um, she was really ecstatic. She was very happy with the work I have done, and referred me to her family members. I'll just say family members. So I talked to them today.
Protect their identities.
Then, then, then I had another person hit me up and say, "Hey, I am also curious and would want you to." I have 5 clients right now.
What the fuck? That's amazing. How
So
good are you at doing the yard?
I mean, I don't like twiddle my thumbs. Like I work, you know what I mean? I've always been a hard worker though. I enjoy being busy and I enjoy hard work. It's been something I've worked on for sure. And that's why I love being busy doing all of the stuff that I do with like PB, WPA, and also like campaigning and all that fun stuff. I'm very busy all the time and I love it
Some
that way.
people,
And
some
this is
people
why.
campaign.
What's that?
Sorry. Oh, it's like some people campaign because they want to make the world a better place. You, however, do it because you can't stop for 2 seconds to do
Politics. I was bored.
Sport.
I had 2 seconds to spare, so I decided to join a political campaign.
Help finish the entirety of the nation. Sorry,
Okay,
keep going.
real quick. Rusty in real time, as I was talking about my wonderful side business, sent me an image on Discord, and I see it say spoiler on it. Like I have to click it open. I'm afraid
Yeah,
to.
you don't have to.
I'm
You don't
afraid
have
to, but we're going to do it anyways because why
No.
not?
It's
What
too
the
important.
f?
Oh no, no, oh no, you did. I forgot to warn you. Oh my god. Oh no, oh no, oh
Why?
no.
Why is it drawn so good though? Furries, you guys,
I
you're
don't
the
think
real
it looks
ones.
that good. I have to say, I
Really?
don't like it that much. I don't think it looks. I don't know.
I'm gonna be
It
honest. I've seen awful stuff before. Like I
okay.
mean, awful stuff before. That's pretty good.
Okay, let me show you why. And I think it's the reason is because it reminds me of like Ken Penders, who made the Sonic comics
Oh
in
my
Archie.
gosh! I was about to say that name sounds so familiar. I know what you're
Yeah,
talking about.
you know what I'm talking about? Like he made a
Yeah.
comic series. He's working on a comic series recently with the characters that he sued Archie Comics over, and I'm the comic's not out yet, which is fucking with me. I'm so annoyed because I really want to read the comic once it comes out. I really want to read this comic once it comes out.
I'm gonna save some images and I'm gonna, you remember how I said that in podcast you don't have to really do much editing. I have to do editing for this moment, and I'm so
Uh,
here's the
my favorite
Keep going.
My favorite character is just the random like dude who's just like a guy in like the top right corner.
Oh, did you send me another image? You did.
No.
Oh my god, it is just a guy.
It is. But do you see what I mean by like it looks like a Ken Penders drawing?
Dude,
don't know.
this guy.
It's
Oh,
the other person's better. I will admit this person's better than Ken Penders.
he
at
is.
drawing.
Let me check that out. Okay, sweet. She did post it.
Right corner.
Oh, did you send me another image? You did.
No.
Oh my god, it is just a guy.
It is. But do you see what I mean by like it looks like a Ken Penders drawing?
Dude, this guy.
It's
Oh,
the other person's better. I will admit this person's better than Ken Penders.
he
at
is.
drawing. So
He is.
I will give him that. But Ken Penders is fucking wild. I still haven't finished those Sonic comics. I want to get back into them so badly because they're just starting to get like really weird. They started out as like a spin-off of the original Sonic cartoon. And then we were just like,
Wait, I'm gonna check out something. No! Okay. I'm gonna look something up real quick while this is happening.
I want to make this a drama. And then he just made it.
Dude, my voice. I wonder if I did my original voice or this is. I think this is me doing my original voice and I was like really, really fucking tired, you know? That would make sense. Okay, I'm gonna press play. Ken Penders lore, exactly. It's pretty good Ken Penders lore, not gonna lie.
It's so weird because I've seen videos about this.
Oh my god.
Really enjoy. So that Sonic TV show is actually one of the biggest like starters for me, and how I got my username,
Suck.
etc. Because I was a huge Sonic fan as a kid, and we had Netflix when it first came out. You remember Netflix when they had literally just mailing DVDs? Like this was before they even did streaming.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was that long ago.
I watched like Monk on that show.
So I saw, because I was a huge Sonic fan. I played Sonic Adventures, Sonic Adventure 2, you know, and I saw a Sonic TV show on there, and that turned out to be Sonic. They call it Sat AM, short for Saturday morning.
That was the good one, right?
Yeah, that's the one that you were talking about too. It came out about the same time as the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which is complete different vibe, but almost the exact same cast. It's hilarious.
No, Dr. Eggman and Dr. Eggman are two completely different characters.
They're completely different characters. I think they're the same voice actor though, if I'm not wrong. It's Jim Cummings.
Really?
Yeah.
It
And
sounds different in it.
It could be a different person. I'm too lazy to check it right now, so I rather just spread misinformation.
Because I'm looking up this how to draw tits tutorial that I had to use to draw my own tits.
What a wonderful tangent that was.
I am doing very important research right now.
I'm doing God's work. Thank you very much.
God's work.
So back to the TV show. It was my favorite show for a long time, and there was a good chunk of time where I would
Where is it?
The DVDs because I didn't want to pay for them online, and we just had a Netflix subscription, so we get rid of it, and then I'll order it again, so we could come back to the house and I could rewatch it. And yeah,
I wonder.
When that was
Thank you, Ken Penders.
You're absolutely correct. It came as a spin-off from that show. And not the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
I think it was a mixture of the two, wasn't it?
It
felt
was
similar
No, stop it.
I
Sorry, I'm really trying to do research into this. It's very important research.
I had the first like 2 volumes of the comic from years ago. I need to find it. I guarantee you I have it somewhere in this house.
Yeah, I
But
never
no,
finished
where
that.
is it?
I got like 50 chapters in before I stopped. It wasn't even because I didn't like reading it anymore. I enjoyed reading it. There are some chapters that are like
What?
minute, Ken Penders chapters. They started out as the most interesting part, and I was like, Ken Penders does like people give him a lot of shit, but I do feel. I think like one of my theories as of why Sonic ended up the way it wasn't just because like Ken Penders was crazy, but I think
Which
it
he
was also
was.
because like, yeah, no, he's fucking wild. I'm not gonna watch stuff about Ken Penders until I read the comics and determine for
Okay.
myself.
The
There
comics
was
are
like
wild.
the thing that got me wanting to read it was this Knuckles 101 video, and they were explaining like the backstory of Inez, and I was like, holy fucking shit, this is so. I need to read this comic right now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't say that.
I'll bleep it out.
I'll
bleep it out.
I guess. Yeah. It was just so stupid. It was so stupid and beautiful in every way, and I was really excited to read it. It's a fun comic to read. It can get really boring at points.
Yes. It gets
There
very
are some
weird.
chapters that get like really boring at points. I don't know. I'm excited to read when Ken Pender starts taking over more and he starts developing his like infamous Ken Penders art style. You know, you know
this
what I mean?
this guy is a professional comic
Oh
book
God,
artist and
muted you.
writer.
What?
You muted me. Why'd you mute me?
I didn't mean to. Like,
Wow. Trying to
he,
silence me IRL
yeah.
right now as we're doing a podcast right now. I can't believe it. You're spreading misinformation and now you're trying to silence me?
No.
Wow.
Stop it. Stop it.
Liberal.
I know.
Okay.
I am liberal. So basically,
I swear, I'm gonna find this.
basically, I don't know. I just really like reading that comic. I don't know. I don't have a problem with the like reading it unironically though.
Mhm.
I can see the appeal of
I
it.
wonder where it is.
The comic itself beyond a ironic level of insanity.
Can I just say one thing about Ken Penders that it doesn't really spoil anything, but it kind of shows you what type of person we're talking about.
Yeah,
And
I
one
think
of
I
the
know what you're gonna say, but say it.
I'm very curious if this is the thing you think I'm gonna say because it's almost like
Yeah.
mind blowing, and that is when the comics were getting canceled and stuff, and he was getting booted. Actually, this is when he was getting booted. I don't think it was canceled at this point, but when he was getting booted, he said the one regret that he had
Yes.
was that you know exactly.
Yeah, it was that he didn't have a Sally
Sally,
Acorn lose her virginity to the
Jeffrey.
fucking skunk, and the skunk was like an adult, and that was like the funniest shit to
Oh
me.
my
So it's like
lord.
and also like when I learned that the skunk was an adult, that completely ruined like any scene they were together because I was like, wait, he's flirting with a teenager in this entire. He's a
Yeah.
fucking pedo. Like, why is Ken Penders
Yeah.
writing this? Why is he?
But it just blew my mind. Oh,
So fucking. It's
someone
so funny.
someone at your door? I just heard a knock.
Oh, sorry, that was my dad. Yeah, I'm
Get out of
living
here,
with my
Dad.
parents right now. Get out of here, Dad.
Get out of here, Dad. I'm doing a
I'm worried.
podcast.
I'm worried about that. I'm gonna be that person someday.
What do
Where
you
I'm
mean?
gonna like yell at my parents and be like, "I'm doing my stream, Mom. I don't have time to take out the trash. I don't have time."
I don't care if I have to call 911. You stay on the floor, you dirty.
No. No. That'd be sad. That'd be a sad day. That'd be the day I like really start to question my life decisions at this point.
Who was that one? Who was that one guy? That one awful political commentator, YouTuber, streamer, who literally like got in an argument with his like wife or something, and then he like pissed on stream, and he was just like in the basement, and he just pissed on the corner.
Oh, the quartering?
Yeah.
He got in an argument with his wife on stream?
Something like that. All I know is he was like so mad at his
funny.
wife and stuff like that, and he was just like, I'm not even going to go to the bathroom. I'm not going into the house to the bathroom. So he just like peed in the corner of his like basement.
I'm trying to find this. I cannot find it. It's so annoying.
That's so funny.
Monkey sound? Yeah. I like that. I like that edit in there.
Quartering is probably one of
I'm trying to find this list of reading every Ken Penders comic in order.
Told his audience to raid the Quartering's chat to have him like debate Bosch, and then Quartering was just like, I don't debate pedophiles. It's like I don't talk to pedophiles, and then that was all his response was. Like,
Homie was probably looking up desperately in a cold sweat, like what's something that like is against Vosh? What's something against Vosh? One tweet with like 2 likes that says Vosh is a pedophile. He's like, I don't debate pedophiles. So says this tweet with the 2 likes. But yeah, it's just super funny because like tweets like that will exist for almost anyone and everyone, of making claims that someone is like a bad person for a variety of reasons. One of the go-tos currently is like pedophile and groomer and stuff like that. And it is very stupid, but I've always kind of like prepared myself for such accusations.
It's so hard to find this. I swear, it fucking exists. I swear to Christ, it does fucking exist. This does fucking exist. I'm not crazy. I swear, I'm not crazy, okay? I'm not fucking crazy. I promise you, there is no way I am crazy. Because I know this is somewhere. I've seen it before. It's making me go fucking insane. Oh my god, this is driving me fucking insane that I can't find this. How often am I going to have to actually go through this entire fucking comic? Oh my god. Just a sec, I'm gonna send something to you, Gracie. He was paid for. Okay. I swear to Christ, I'm gonna find this. I'm so fucking angry right now. Dude, they had like a whole page, a whole post dedicated to to having every Sonic comic read in order. It was like the perfect map for it. It was perfectly mapped out for the read Sonic in order thing. Read every Sonic comic in order. I know they're wild, okay? I just want to read all pre-reboot reading order Archie comics online. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think that might be it. I don't know. Reddit might help. Oh my god, I found it. Holy shit. Wait, where is it? Freedom Fight, Chaotic Special, Knuckles, aka Dark Legion miniseries, Sonic Special. It was like Brave New Worlds. It was like some kind of, where is it? Sonic number 58, Sonic Super Special, Sonic Kids, Knuckles, Sonic, Knuckles, Sonic, Knuckles, Sonic Super Special, Sonic, Knuckles, Sonic, Sabrina the Teenage Witch? What? Dude, these comics are fucking wild. I love them. Sonic Quest. There it is. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm only in like, oh my god, I'm not even like a quarter of the way through. I'm not even like 1/5 the way through. I'm on issue 61. I'm on the 61th part of all of this shit I have to fucking read if I want to read every comic that was like associated with Ken Penders. Oh god, what did I say? That's so monkey sound? What does that mean? Okay, well, I found this, and I'm gonna read more of the Sonic comics starting tonight. Like, I could read Chainsaw Man, like, a really good comic, but I really, really want to read the Sonic comics. Because, I don't know, I just think it's interesting to go through all of it. Let me just set this up. Read comics in order. Oh, yeah, online. Like, Sonic. Read comics online. Sonic Quest miniseries number 2. The Death Egg Saga? No fucking shot. That's not what it is. Oh god, it is. Oh god, it fucking is. Holy shit. This was the one that was so fucking... Wait, let me show this off. Let me show this off, okay? This was the one that broke me when I tried to read it. Ken Penders is really fucking boring as a writer, I have to say. I think that's one of his, like, biggest flaws as a writer. Is that he's really fucking boring. Oh, you read this, Gracie? Chainsaw Man is a good comic, but Sonic is a great manga. True. Fucking true. Yeah, this was the issue I was running into. So I was, like, trying to read all this. But it was, like, so boring. Look at all this shit. So many words. I don't read comics to read. I read comics to look at the cool pictures. That's what I like about it. The art is pretty good in here. Who's the artist for this comic? Inker, Jeff Powell, Mike Grant. What? Ooh. What the fuck is this? Oh, penciler. Manny Gallant. Oh god, this wasn't written by him. This is Mike Gallagher. Was Mike Gallagher the one who wrote... I think that was the guy who wrote the original Sonic comics before Ken Penders, right? God, I know way too much about Sonic comics. There's not that many to read, by the way. That's what's insane about all this. There's not that much to read in terms of, like, the Sonic comics. It's actually really interesting. Who was the original? Yeah, Mike Gallagher. My least favorite writer ever in terms of Sonic. I don't like Mike that much as a writer. He's kind of boring. Not gonna lie. He was really boring and, like, one of the most, like, atrocious people to read in terms of Sonic comics. Who knows? Maybe it's better now. Maybe he's better now as a writer. Was I think I was like right here. Or here. Maybe here. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe? I don't fucking know. This was a boring comic. This comic was so boring. When we were drawing Sonic stuff on Friday, did you see the one Sonic panel where I was questioning my life, denying my furry status? I haven't. I'll check that out at some point. I need to watch that video at some point. I need to edit those videos at some point. Oh yeah, well, Bonnie's hot. I'm not a yeah, well, Bonnie's hot. Bonnie is like a fucking babe. You can't. You're like automatic lesbian once you see Bonnie. Bonnie's just hot. Bonnie's just really hot. You can't deny how hot Bonnie is. If you try to, you're lying to yourself and you know it. Yeah, Bonnie sexual, that's what I am. Anyway, I'm gonna move this back to... Oh god. What time is it? Oh god. It's the end of the stream, so I gotta go right now. It was good talking with you, Gracie. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, this one, I'm thinking I might just redo this drawing all over. Or not, actually. Wait, do I need to? Not really. Yeah, what am I thinking? Why would I redo this drawing? Actually, never mind. No, I'm not going to do that. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna have a good day. You, madame. And, I don't know. I might just go for a walk or something. And then when I come back, I'm just gonna question my life decisions up to this point. Anyway, bye. God, I hate saying so much. I gotta stop saying so much. I didn't record any of this. Oh god, no. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to. These are just dumb streams, but...